All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get it started. Today is the day that you have all been waiting for. We are going to be covering the semifinals and finals for SSL Season 2 today. I am your host, Lord Cranial. And before we hop into the StarCraft today, do have a couple of notable shout-outs. For starters, we still have our Matcherino link. If you would like to support the tournament that way, definitely check it out. Any support that you can provide there would be much appreciated. Secondly, we still have DXRacer sponsoring this tournament. If you're in the market for a new gaming chair, they have you covered with all sorts of different styles, colors, and whatnot. So definitely check them out if you need yourself a new gaming chair. Yeah, I just lost my entire train of thought. They're great. Check them out. Next, we do have Patreon. So if you would like to support Sniper StarCraft directly, you can definitely check out their Patreon page. We actually do have two big shout-outs from there. We have two people who have subscribed to the Hyperion tier on Patreon. That would be Wise Man and Red Dragon. So thank you guys so much for the love and support. That is so appreciated that you guys went the extra mile to support us. And remember, Patreon donations definitely will help Sniper get more content out and be able to schedule some more tournaments. So definitely check that out. Next thing you guys can do, if you haven't followed Sniper StarCraft League here on Twitch, you can definitely do that. We're still working towards getting that affiliate. We actually have met some of the requirements. The only thing we're missing now is just the we're just missing the days streamed at this point, which a little unfortunate, but any kind of support that you can give the channel is much appreciated. Also, something I've been failing to mention on stream recently, definitely follow Sniper StarCraft League on Twitter to get updates. It lets you know when the tournaments are being casted, what's just give a couple of updates here and there. That's going to be at S__StarCraft. Again, that's at S_StarCraft. So definitely give him a follow. It'd be much appreciated. With some of the sponsorship stuff out of the way, we are now down to our last four teams. Last four teams. Man, these guys have really been putting in a lot of effort. Today we'll be covering Platinum Heroes versus CSO Esports. It'll be our first semifinals for today. After that, we have Hokago Team T-Team up against Psystorm Gaming. That will be our second semifinals. The winner of those two will move on to the grand finals, which will be casted later today. Very excited to see what these two teams have in store for us. That being out of the way, we'll go ahead and hop into some games today. Double check a couple things real quick. Yep, should be good to go. Yeah, with that being said, we'll go ahead and hop into game number 1 of Platinum Heroes versus CSO. And it looks like the replays are on the old patch. That's unfortunate. For those of you who don't know, old patch replays tend to be a little bit funky. It forces you out of the current client and boots up a previous client so that you can view the replay on the patch that it was played on. And sometimes it takes a little bit longer than usual to get that up and running. A little bit unfortunate, but we'll work with it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are on Dragon Scales for our first game of the day. Spawning in the top left-hand side with the blue Zerg pieces, it is going to be Eba. And on the other side of the map, representing CSO Esports, it is Trifax. A ZVZ to start off the day. Fantastic. Also, I would like to apologize for all of the games being casted today. We were going to start on the semifinals last week, but I got sick. I'm actually still a little bit sick, but definitely feeling a lot better today. But yeah, we were supposed to have started then. I apologize for being sick. Sometimes it's a bit unavoidable. Sometimes the human body just fails you. Nice spray there. You always love to see the spray meta being evolved in some of these pro games. Always a lot of fun to see. A little bit of banter here. I didn't even realize that Iba hit 6K. Congratulations, Iba. Really nicely done. Really proud of you. Always fun to see the players doing a little bit of banter here. Get back to gaming. The real meta here would be Trifax responding with touch grass, please. Alright, so far it doesn't look like we have too many differences in opening. Both players have elected to go ahead and pull one out of gas. We're still mining though. Both players going for that metabolic speed. Yeah, not too much to say so far. A couple of Zerglings are going to be moving out on the map for both players. It looks like these two will actually be able to catch each other. Nice micro here out of Trifax, pulling back that the dying Zergling. It's actually I think that was a dead even like HP trade out. Baneling Nest going down for Iba now, a little bit behind Trifax's. Should be fine. And so far, besides for one drone and Baneling Nest timings, guys are kind of playing a very similar game. Trifax hiding a couple of Zerglings over here. I'm not sure what these are supposed to be over here for. Iba moving across the map with a handful of Zerglings. Probably won't get too much done, I think. Oh, Trifax is actually pumping out a lot of Zerglings right now. Gonna move in, defend. Should be able to defend this pretty easily once those Zerglings pop. There we go. Metabolic Boost also finishes up. Very easy defense here. Iba just kind of poking around, seeing what's up. Trifax, morphing a couple of Banelings here. It's gonna try and bust up this ramp, but I think it's not the greatest wall off from Iba, but should still be able to get the job done. Trifax is going to be trying to take out the third base of Iba now. It might actually get the kill. Trifax breaks off a couple of Zerglings to try and deal with those Banelings. And it looks like Trifax should be able to hold, and it looks like he's not committing any more Zerglings or Banelings to this attack. So Iba is going to hold for now. Iba also going for the +1 missile and also grabbing that Roach Warren. Trifax doing something similar, but is also cranking out some more Zerglings. It's like potentially Trifax just wants to try and apply a lot of pressure here. Unfortunately, oh, this attack of Zergling is actually going to be caught by a much more significant number. I gotta tell you, like, even from my eagle eye view, I can't tell who has the advantage there. I think Trifax had like a couple more Zerglings than Iba. Who knows? Yeah, counting's hard, guys. Trifax making another attempt at the third base. Iba on the defensive. Trifax's layer is going to finish up here momentarily. I imagine probably going to... I'm assuming... Oh, no. Actually going straight into Spire. Alright, grabbing gases 5 and 6. Iba doing the same, but also starting to pump out a lot of roaches now. This could get a little bit tricky for Iba if he doesn't realize what is going to happen. Little baneling run by here. Looks like Trifax is also trying to save on gas, pumping out a lot of Zerglings. Ooh, also going for that, oh shoot, I forgot the name of the upgrade. Roach Speed. Whatever that one is. So it's starting to kind of look like Iba might be completely blindsided by this muted transition. We don't have anything that's actually going to be able to contest with Mutalisk. How many queens do we have? 3 queens? That's going to be a lot of trouble. I feel like he should at least have alarm bells going off in his head now, because there has not been a lot of gas expended by Trifax. There's not been much in his face. We do have the Hydralisk Din. Oh yeah, we have the Hydralisk Din going down. We have a Spore Crawler on the way. So he feels like something is wrong. Did he scout it? He might have scouted it. Ah, he did scout it. Okay. Ignore the caster. He is... 7 Mutalisk are about to pop out now for Trifax. Iba grabbing a couple of extra queens. We do have Spore Crawl. Ooh, we don't have Spore Crawlers here in the main. That could pose a problem. We also have a very, very low third base here. First few Mutalisk are coming across the map now. It's going to supply block him just a little bit. Trifax going after a couple of drones here. I don't think this... Yeah, Mutas are going to have to back up. Yeah, he is immediately going to find this soft spot of Iba, unfortunately. Definitely not enough to... Oh, no, we do have a couple of Hydralisks that are popping out now. Might be able to contest this. Spore Crawler is going to go down now. Iba's still pumping out upgrades. +2 is about to finish up. Hydralisk and Roach Speed will be finishing up here soon. Trifax going straight into a Roach transition. As well as Baneling Speed. But Trifax's economy is a little bit better at the moment. But not by much. Alright, we're seeing that Roach Ravager Hydra coming out of Iba. Trifax going straight Roaches with a couple of Banelings mixed in. Well, Trifax is definitely going to have to wait on that +2 upgrade. Iba currently is ahead, both in armor and a ranged upgrade. If he tries to engage into Iba right now, it might be a little bit catastrophic. The Hydras and the Ravagers definitely add a lot of damage to that army. Now this one does look a... Oh. Do you have some Banelings getting morphed? Trifax trying to force Iba out of position by moving those Mutalisk into the main base, but there should be coverage there, but with the Spore Crawler and a Queen. I saw an Infestation Pit going down there. So Iba's looking to get into that next stage of the game. Which I don't blame him. Lurkers are really good units. Trifax waiting for those +2/+1 upgrades to finish up. Kind of poking in here and there. Oh, he's actually going to engage before it's done. I think that's a bit of a mistake here out of Trifax. Iba pulling back, trying to make as wide of a concave as possible, fighting from the high ground as well. And I think Iba should be able to clean this up pretty well. +1 armor finishes up now for Trifax. Actually, this is going kind of poorly for Iba. I'm not sure what happened here. It must have been the Baneling splash damage. Actually, just absolutely running through these units. It looks like Iba is going to clean this up eventually. He did lose a lot of high gas cost units. A lot of Ravagers and a lot of Hydralisks did go down there, but Iba will push this back. Trifax going for a 5th base behind this and continuing to pump out as many roaches as possible. It looks like we're also going to see some burrow ambushes, or not burrow ambushes, but some burrow roach run-bys in the near future here. Lurker Den goes down for Iba now as well. We have a big rotation here from Trifax. Alright. Looks like the mutas are going to harass... Oh no, Iba's definitely going to lose his 3rd base. But that's... Oof. You hate to see it. So Iba's going to be on the defensive here for a little while. I mean, with the loss of that that 3rd base, it's going to be really painful, especially now that Trifax has just installed a 5th base. Well, I say 5th base, but it really, I mean, this is more like a patio that gets enjoyed every once in a while. See, this is where the roaches just party. It's not really that much mining going on here. Not that much value. It's just property value. Trifax actually attacked his own hatchery there for just a second. I don't know if everybody saw that or not. Hive is a little bit late for the timing of that Lurker Den, so the Lurkers aren't going to be as powerful as Iba would probably be hoping for. He's going to spot this. Oh. Iba's roach run by is actually doing a little bit of damage there. Another big run by here. He's going to be able to take out this 5th base. Oh, these roaches are going to run all the way home. Trifax having to split his army up a little bit to try and contest this. 5th base goes down for Trifax, but again, that's just that's just a back porch. Not the biggest deal. I don't know if that's even an apt comparison to be making. I probably should not be making that comparison. It actually does add a lot of value. More lurkers on the way now for Iba, as well as Seismic Spines just recently getting started. Alright, so it looks like we're actually having engagements in 2 places at once. The Lurker as the anchor point has been taken out. It looks like Trifax is going to win on this side. However, Iba pushes away on the 3rd base. Is he actually going to be able to take out this 4th base? That's going to... Ooh, really painful there for Iba. Now, that being said, Iba's army is getting more and more terrifying as time goes on. I think he could still stabilize here, maybe. Lurkers are pretty good at holding positions, and if he just wants to stay alive for a little bit longer, it's an option. More roach run bys to provide distractions. Alright, so we're going to be casting a TVT here fairly soon. I always love seeing drones burrows in response to roaches coming in to attack. I always love seeing that. More lurkers on the way now for Iba. Trifax is actually going to be up an armor upgrade here momentarily. Alright, we do have a roach lurker run by here. It looks like he's actually going to be able to take out this 3rd base of Trifax. And I believe this is going to get cleaned. Oh, no. Oh, are we actually going to escape? We're going to lose a couple lurkers, which is going to be a little bit painful. Ooh, actually catching them on the bridge is big. Takes out a ton of roaches there. But that being said, he did lose a lot of lurkers, and his gas income is not... Actually, his gas income is fine. I don't understand why. He's been down. He's been down to base for a while. Well, I guess the I guess the lurker loss is still pretty painful. It takes a while to get lurkers up and running. Do have another engagement over here. Playing lurker hopscotch, it seems like. Looks like on this side, all the Trifax's lurkers are going to be taken out. So, I mean, at this point, the two players are just kind of trading blows heavily. Ooh, Eva actually walks into a whole bunch of roaches there. A little bit unfortunate. But I think it's going to have the numbers to actually be able to take this out. The other side of the map is a small little hit squad. Roaches continue to chase the Hydras. Both players have, oh, I was going to say both players decided to back up, but, oop. Yeah, you're going to have to get away from that. Eba's doing a pretty good job of just constantly having this roach harass out on the field. Have one here at the 5th base, another one here at 3rd. Just trying to get some value out of these leftover roaches at this point, I feel like. Looks like Trifax is going to try and go after Eba's 5th base up here in the northeast. Eba does sniff it out, manages to push him back. But that being said, Trifax is starting to move. Ooh. Unfortunately, a couple of Eba's lurkers there got caught out in the open. Yeah, Trifax immediately picking off those lurkers. Eba's kind of scrambling to try and defend this. On the other side, it looks like Trifax is once again going after the 5th base. There's not quite enough here from Eba to actually be able to defend this side. And it looks like he's actually going to lose the 5th base too. It looks like he's in kind of dire straits right now. Yeah, it looks like Eba has just decided that we're going to go for the base trade at this point. Which I feel like is probably the correct option. At this point, you've lost so many bases that you kind of just have... This is kind of the choice you have to make. Being said, Trifax's army is coming back to defend. If he can hold off this army, he's going to be leagues and leagues ahead of Eba. He's actually trapped Eba's army here on the high ground in between these two bases. The only place Eba can really go is back home. That's not really where you want to be going during a base trade type of situation. Been a while since I've... Oh, no. Is he? Aw. I thought for sure that... man, if that drone killed that lurker, that would be a hell of a story. Eba desperately trying to find an angle here to actually engage into this army. But Trifax's army is just so superior to what Eba has to offer right now. Vipers are already out. They're going to be able to yank some of these high priority units. Yep, there we go. Lurkers are just being immediately eviscerated upon being abducted. Eba continuing to try and break into this choke point, but I think at this point, Trifax just has too much for him to actually contend with. I mean, I know lurkers are good, but they're not that good. Blinding Cloud is going to be put down. The lurkers are going to have to back up. One of them does get abducted, and I think that's going to be Eba's army. GG is going to be called. Trifax puts one on the board for CSO Esports. Well done to him. Do apologize. There are going to be there's going to be some wait time in between each replay, just due to the fact that it's on a old patch. But yeah, I think it was a pretty sick game between those two players. Very excited to see what they're going to do in the next match. All right, let's go ahead and hop into game number 2 here. I apologize, 1 second. Having some technical difficulties here. Give me 1 second, I will be right back. All right, apologies for the technical difficulties. But we should be good to go now. All right, here we are on Babylon, spawning in the bottom right hand side with the blue Zerg pieces. It is Eba. And on the other side with the red Zerg pieces, it is Trifax. Gotta have some appropriate Zerg-based music. Once again, pretty similar builds coming out of both players. Each of them going for a macro-oriented build. Not going to see any early pools. No 13-12s. Nothing like that. Just a solid... Oh. I love... I love this, I love this bruh tag. I really do. And I think the funniest thing is that if Trifax ever kills the spawning pool, he's going to be greeted by that face. Just like, bruh, really? You killed by spawning pool? Really, man? Actually, I challenge anybody watching this. The next time you're playing StarCraft, up your spray game. We don't see enough sprays out here in the community. I mean, granted, don't be BM. Don't be stupid. But do something like, I don't know, like put the like a no tag somewhere where you don't want your opponent to build or something. I know one thing that I used to do is I would put the there's a second place medal tag, and I would stick it like right here under where the like town hall would go. This is my favorite like little spray meta that I did. Anyways, there's a game of StarCraft 2 going on or something. I don't know. Not as important as the spray meta, but it's happening. Actually pretty similar once again. Third base is going up for both Zerg players. Baneling Nest for Trifax. Eva actually continuing to mine a decent amount of gas. We don't see any tech out of him. I wonder what the wonder what his plan is there. Baneling Nest will be finishing up here soon. We're going to go straight into roaches. Iba has decided that he does not like the knife fight aspect of Lingbane. So we're just going to go straight to roaches. From the precision scalpel to the blunt hammer. Right, lots of Zerglies coming across now for Iba. It looks like he might actually get some damage done to this third base. Trifax not responding as of right now. We do have a couple of Banelings that are going to be coming out. A couple of Lings are going to be broken up by Iba to try and deal with this. He's going to try and avoid it. Ooh, so close. Oh, he might actually be able to get the third base. Yes, actually does get the third base. He's probably going to run away now. Run away, run away, run away. All right, Baneling Nest and more, first couple of roaches, first 10 roaches coming out now for Iba. Trifax now in a bit of a precarious situation. Lair has gone down, as well as a Roach Warren. There are a lot of Zerglings here for Trifax. Actually decides not to do anything with it, just going to go ahead and back up. Meanwhile, Iba is going to be moving across the map with his Ling Roach. A couple Banelings will be morphing in the midway point. Iba's looking a bit ferocious this game. Looks like he just kind of wants to finish this off now. Roaches are slowly approaching. Manages to get the queen. And it looks like the only thing Trifax really has is a Lingbane Queen. There is a Spine Crawler coming up here fairly soon, but it looks like Iba's just going to try and club his way into this base. A couple of Banelings are caught behind. A couple of them do get popped, unfortunately. Trifax's own Banelings are going to make connection with these roaches. Oh, the roaches are actually split up here a good bit. This is a rather chaotic. Hard to kind of tell what's going on here. The roaches are standing firm. They got surrounded there for a second. I thought they might have been dead, but no, it's not the case. Nice Baneling connection there from Iba. And it looks like now Trifax is in a whole lot of trouble. We have more units from Iba streaming across the map. Roaches are going to try and break into the main base now, just kind of put an end to this. Trifax is going to go ahead and type out GG. And Iba takes the second game, putting one on the board for Platinum Heroes. Congratulations. Well done. Pretty solid series. Or set, I should say, coming out of those two players. We are now 1-1 in this best of 7. Be exciting to see who... I'm actually not sure who is the next set going to be between. Ooh, here we go. All right, we're going to be hopping into set number 2. I'm going to take a quick note here. My apologies. Set number 2. And it looks like we're going to have Young Yakov versus DNS. Ooh, this ought to be a pretty good set. I'm excited to see this. Alright, let's go ahead and hop into this game on Neo Humanity. The place where, oh dear, not again. Apologies, 1 second. I don't know why this is, decided to be so weird today. My apologies, my apologies, my apologies. Oh, there we go. My apologies again. Loading old replays can be a bit weird. But, with that being said, we are hopping into Neo Humanity, spawning in the bottom right-hand side, representing CSO Esports. It is Young Yakov. And on the other side of the map with the blue Protoss pieces, playing for Platinum Heroes, it is DNS. I wonder if we're going to see more shenanigans with the middle ground here. I believe it was the Ukrainian Cup where shoot. Oh, who was playing? I know it was a PvT. The Terran was trying to chase the Protoss through this slow zone here, and the Protoss actually collapsed the towers on the army. That was actually really sick. I thought for sure, because I feel like I remember that if towers collapse onto an army, it can actually kill them. But maybe that's not the case anymore. I'm not sure. Could see more shenanigans like that this go around. Lots of towers to be collapsed here. Anyways, there is a game of StarCraft occurring right now. Young Yakov taking the third base. I'm assuming there's a probe somewhere around here that was blocking him. At this point, it is pretty natural for Zerg players to just take the third base versus Protoss player. The Nexus, the Cyber Core, fairly standard opening here for DNS. There's that second assimilator. As probe's actually continuing to be a nuisance. Say what you will, Protoss players are really good with worker harassing. And I mean literally using a worker to harass. Protoss players are the absolute champs at doing that. Young Yakov transferring a couple of drones here to the natural. DNS actually going for a starport, not a starport, my lord, a Stargate opening. Couple of adepts. Alright, the Adept is going to... I cannot believe that the Adept actually finished the Shade. It takes a little bit of hull damage, but not anything too serious. Alright, it's going to spot that there is a third base on the way for Young Yakov. Oracle also on the way now for DNS. Alright, that one he doesn't finish. Second Adept is going to meet up here. So they're going to try and get something done here. Shade away. Oh, ooh, one of the Adepts actually does get caught. Second one is going to shade away, but Young Yakov is going to send his Zerglings. So it's going to be hot on that Adept's trail. Second Oracle on the way now for our Protoss player. Oh, I don't know. I was about to say, I don't know if you want to shade your Adept over here. Just go back into the base, but... Oh, the Oracle's there for cover. It's fine. Roachborn on the way now for Young Yakov. Third base for DNS. Yeah, Young Yakov is trying to make something happen here, but it doesn't look like it's actually going to happen. Just trying to apply a little bit of pressure here. A couple more adepts are going to be warped in now. Third Oracle on the way. Alright, we do have a lot of roaches coming out now for Young Yakov. We've actually stopped at 38 drones, which is, oh boy. This is going to be a big all-in type of situation for the Protoss player. Oh yeah, actually the Queens are walking across. I didn't even notice that. DNS is going to try and retreat here with the Adepts. Now, the problem here with for Young Yakov is that these Queens are going to take forever to get to the slow zone and actually to the base. We do have shield battery ready here at the third base, one getting ready here at the natural. This might be a bit of a difficult hold here for DNS. There's not a lot of energy on these oracles, a lot of queens to actually be able to push them back. I'm kind of worried here, to be honest with you. Young Yakov trying to engage in here a bit prematurely. Oracles actually did a pretty good job of picking off one of those, oh boy. I don't even know what to say now. Young Yakov is actually kind of broken into the base at this point, taking out everything that's powering all of these buildings. Yeah, DNS actually doesn't have any way to stand up against this at this point. There's nothing that can be warped in. Oh, nope, there are 3 gateways that can be warped with. But that being said, there's a lot of Zerg coming in here now, and very few units here for DNS. The Oracles are still low on energy. There's not much that they're going to actually be able to do versus all of these units. Plus, the Queens are just going to be able to zone them out pretty easily. Oh, man, these Ravagers are just absolutely tearing these Gateway units apart. You hate to see it. There are a lot of Zerglings also in the main base just shredding apart probes, and it looks like also a couple of pylons there. There's not much here for DNS. I think he's kind of done. Dark Shrine is on the way, but I think it's actually going to be taken out before it even finishes. Juchi's going to be called. And that's another one on the board for CSO. Young Yakov with the all-in. That was a potent all-in too, my goodness. DNS basically getting blindsided by it. Really well executed there by Young Yakov. Very, very potent. I thought there was going to be a problem with the that slow zone in the middle and like actually being able to get your army there in time, but it looks like in the end it didn't really matter all that much. DNS just was being very economic focused. Plus, I don't think it helps that there were, you know, so many adepts that were being built. Alright, so that's going to take us to game number 2 of this set. Be excited to see what these two players go for this go-around. Got coffee here. Trying to stay alert, trying to stay peppy. Actually, to be honest with you, just casting StarCraft 2 keeps me kind of peppy. Like, if this were a work call right now, I would be half dead. But no, I love being here, being able to cast some StarCraft 2 with you guys. Always a treat. Oopsie daisy. Alright, let's hop into it. Or let's not. Oh, man. Come on. Alright, I do apologize. Give me 1 second to get this sorted out. But while I do that, thank you guys for continuing to hang out. getting to view some excellent StarCraft 2. It's much appreciated to see the support for smaller tournaments, smaller grassroots tournaments. Always very nice to see. Just gotta real quick try and fix. There we go. If this continues to happen, I will probably have to actually switch my projector around a little bit. It's not exactly fun to have to keep doing this every single time. But that being said, problem has been solved, and we are on to game number 2 of set 2. Spawning in the bottom left-hand side of Altitude Ellie, the blue Protoss pieces, and representing Platinum Heroes, it is DNS. And in the top right, with the red Zerg pieces, representing CSO, it is Young Yakov. See, look at that. Look at that. Young Yakov didn't even bother. Didn't even try. He just went straight to the third base, just like, yep, this is what we do now. The probe is just going to be across the map. I'm just going to take the third base. I'm not even going to bother. There's no point in fighting it. There's no point in trying to engage with this. I'm just going to the third base. DNS poking away with that one probe. We do... God, it's even throwing me off a little bit, because for some reason in my brain I'm just like, oh, pull first. It's like, no, the hatchery came down here, not here. Fairly standard opening for the Protoss player. Not too much to write home to. Now, I'd be interested to see what Young Yakov does for this game, because if I'm not mistaken, this actually has... it's not easy to get across this map to engage into your opponent. It takes a while to get to. Get across the map, I should say. A cheeky drone transfer here. Probe just continuing to be a nuisance. I'd love to see it. It's going to spot the first 2 Zerglings out on the field, and it's going to have to go home. We do have a Twilight Council on the way now for the Protoss player. I wonder if this is going to be a Glaives build. Do we actually have any indicator that it is going to be Glaives? I think I can see not that I can see right now. Third base going up now for Young Yakov. Probe is going to confirm this. Do have a robo on the way as well. It's feeling more and more like a Glaives build. I'm going to be so upset if this isn't a Glaives build. I'm just going to retire on the spot. I'm retiring. I'm done. God. I'm done. Yeah, this is just... I'm too old to cast. Too old to cast. I'm casting from 2017. That's what I'm doing. This is 2017 type of builds that we're talking about now. Dark Shrine's going to be on the way now for the Protoss player, about halfway done, as well as the Warp Prism. So we're going to see a little bit of aggression, a little bit of DT shenanigans. Young Yakov definitely has time to put up... Oh, yeah. We're going to see that. Imagine, yep, Spore Crawlers are on the way now. Oh, wait. Oh, is this a bait? Is he actually going to go for Adepts instead? Oh, this is fascinating. Alright, so we're going actually with an earlier Adept attack, because young Yakov is going to be expecting DTs later. This actually could be kind of big brain. Adding in a couple of DTs now. There should be enough Zerg here to actually be able to deal with this. But, well... does manage to take out one queen. Gonna try and move into the third base here. Oh! The queens are kind of out of position. They're not going to be able to detect. Oh, no, they are able to detect. Where are they? Oh, okay, I see. The third base. Okay. All right, they move back into position of the Spore Crawler. It looks like the DTs will be able to... well, no. They do take out a lot of queens. I'll give him that. He does take out a lot of queens. Looks like he's going to back up here with the DTs. Does take out a couple of drones as well. Alright, looks like Blink is going to be the follow-up now for a Protoss player. Looks like maybe a, probably just a gateway-heavy style follow-up. That makes sense. We do have a big run-by here at the third base. There's not really much to actually contest this right now. Just a Stalker and another DT. Do have a cancel on the shield battery. Pylon does get taken out. Looks like young Yakov is going to back up for right now. Do you have an Archon that was morphed in? It looks like the Warp Prism's going to go back and grab another one. Definitely a good option for harassment. Layer just finished now for young Yakov. Going heavy into the roaches. Definitely going to be doing more of a macro-oriented build this time. Not stopping at a 38 like last time. These Icons are going to present a bit of a problem here for our Zerg player. DNS just quickly picks them up, moves them around, just making sure that they have this mobility option. Large circling run by here. Going to be trying to get into the natural. Nope. Just going to be waiting for DNS to just to try and catch him sleeping. A couple Stalkers will be able to deal with this. This forward observer is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, really showing the Warp Prism where it can and can't engage into. Looks like the Stalker's actually kind of pushing forward here a little bit just to deter the Zerglings as much as possible. Oh no, they're actually moving a little bit too far forward in my opinion. Robo-Bay follow-up. Alright, large Zergling swarm coming here into the third base. Manages to take out the overcharged battery. Alright, and it looks like in the meantime, DNS is actually going to try and engage into the quote-unquote natural base. Loses both of the Archons, unfortunately. And it's going to be forced to back all the way up. Oh, yep. Nope. Gonna stay there. Bit of a Baneling run-by setup here, coming out of young Yakov. I think he should be fine with the Zealots there. Alright, Stalkers are going to be pushed all the way back. Yeah, looks like the those Banelings didn't get a lot done by the looks of things. Young Yakov pumping out more roaches. Looks like he's going to try and get into like Roach Ravager Baneling. Couple disruptors out now for DNS. Yeah, right now just a bit of a slowdown. Both players are kind of teching up a little bit. Not teching up, but kind of establishing their armies, or teching up, I should say. Colossus is actually going to be the choice out of DNS. Interesting choice. Although I say that, but I have been seeing more and more Colossi in PvZ recently. I don't think they're going to do too much versus this Roach Ravager Baneling, but, you know. We do have the Disruptor somewhere. Yep, we have 2 Disruptors here, so... DNS trying to put together a bit of a chunky army here with the Archons. That is a lot of Banelings, though. I'm not sure if he can actually contest this. Ooh, decent connection there with the Disruptor. Ooh, that's a lot of probes that are going to go down. Alright, while this engagement is happening, there are... oh no. Alright, a couple more Banelings are going to be rolling in. It looks like more probes are going to go down. We're at 19 now. There were 9 drones that went down just a second ago. Really nice connection there with the Disruptor. I did not see what happened. I'm assuming the Warp Prism was still in play. Probably warped in a... probably some Zealots, maybe some Dark Templar, I'm not sure. That being said, Young Yakov actually probably... I was going to say came out ahead, but DNS is like significantly ahead in workers right now. 10 probes ahead of Young Yakov. This is actually a pretty good engagement for the Protoss player too. Disruptor is going to be taken out. Young Yakov is going to try and collapse down on this army. Manages to take out the Colossi, but I don't think the Colossi was actually the dangerous part of this army. I think it was more of the massive Stalkers. Blinks on top. GG's going to be called. And that's going to be another one for Platinum Heroes. Well done to DNS. Alright, so that is 2 for 2. Definitely some really solid and interesting games so far. I'm still confused as to why Protoss players have been going for like... I've been going for Colossi again in PvZ. Like, I would say maybe it's for like dealing with Banelings, but it's not like they get extra damage versus Banelings. I want to thank you guys for continuing to hang out today. It's always appreciated to see the support for tournaments like these. With that being said, we are now 2-2. We're going to be moving into our 3rd set of today. It looks like we're going to have CSO's Car versus Platinum Heroes Goblin here for our 3rd set. Alright, we're going to start the long and arduous process of loading up old replays. Now I'm starting to wish I was not sick last week, because I'm pretty sure this patch went out this week. We wouldn't have had this problem. Either way, we'll make it work. We will make it work. Nope, no way. Oh, nope. It actually loaded this time. Fantastic. Alright, I do apologize. Alright, here we are on Ancient Cistern, LE. Spawning in the top right-hand position with the blue Protoss pieces. It is Goblin, representing Platinum Heroes. And on the other side of the map, we have CSO's Car. A TVT. God lord. I said I was retiring last. This is why I'm retiring. This is why I'm retiring. I literally just called it a TVT. A TVP. It should be a lot of fun to see. So far, it's pretty standard openings. We see the double gas coming out of the Terran player. Lots of Terran players going double gas these days. Got to get that aggression rolling early on. Probe's going to come up the ramp. Do a little bit of harassment. I'm actually curious to see how far Goblin goes with the worker harassment. It looked like he queued up to come back. So I think he's going to try and continue poking away at this SCV. That being said, Cybercore first into Nexus. Allows you to get that Adept out a little bit earlier than you normally would. Ooh, a little bit of a block there on the supply depot. This probe just continuing to be a nuisance here. Now we do have a reactor first for our Terran player. We also pulled out of gases, so I believe that this is going to be... It's not going to be Double Reaper, right? Okay, yeah. 2 Marines and a Hellion on the way now. We do have the starport coming out, so I imagine it's going to be it's kind of a quick Hellion drop type of deal. No natural yet. Car looking to get aggressive with cars. Twilight Council now on the way for Goblin. Alright, first car is going to be moving across the map, trying to get some scouting information. Oh, the Adept actually finishes its shade. Okay, no, there's a second Adept here, so it shouldn't matter too much. Ooh, is he actually going to lose it? No. Alright, a couple Widow Mines are popping out now for the Terran player. I believe Goblin did spot that with the shade. I'm pretty sure he did. I have a Widow Mine drop coming out here fairly soon. Is there an armory with this? No. Just a very fast Widow Mine drop. Alright, Helly's going to try and poke in again. Is going to immediately pay for that with his life. RIP Hellion driver. Three more gateways coming out now for the Protoss player. So looks like the Protoss player may counter the all-in with a... Ooh, really nice stun by Goblin. I'm always surprised by that, the timing it requires to actually cause a Widow Mine to misfire with an Adept. It's not easy. Widow Mine drop is going to be coming in here. There's nothing really here to actually respond with. Unburrowed to make sure that it's not getting popped on a single probe by itself. Does drop it into the other line. So this is going to be a decent amount of mining time lost for the Protoss player. And I believe that also means Carr should have seen the extra gateways that are coming up now. Blink is now on the way, so this is going to be a huge, I don't know, retreat there. Alright, so this is actually going to be a big, I don't want to say all-in, because Protoss players usually get mad at me whenever I say this is like a 4-gate all-in. But Blink is done, and there are a lot of Stalkers on the way now, so... Carr's actually kind of... It does seem like he understands the situation that he's in. Grabbing a bunker here. More Marines are getting pumped out. Another tank is on the way as well. So he is aware that this is a possibility. We do have the Warp Prism on the way now for our Protoss player. So Depth is going to see that there is a siege tank, which might throw off Goblin's plans just a little bit. I actually don't think this is enough stalkers. He's gonna have to wait for more. I'm pretty sure. He's gonna have to wait for the rest of these to catch up, and as well as a warp in from the warp prism. Raven's gonna come in and get a little bit of harassment done. There's not really much it can do on the other side of the map, so I feel like this is a pretty good call. Oh, there is there is the shield battery there. Looks like Goblin's gonna lose a probe or two, and as well as some mining time lost. We do have the Blink Stalkers coming in now. Now this is actually a really solid solid wall here. It's gonna be difficult for Goblin to actually get on top of that. That being said, he is gonna pick off Stim there. It's gonna slow down Carr a lot. Trying to find a position where he can not get shelled by the tank. He's gonna continue to warp in here. That being said, we do have the third base almost finished now for the Protoss player, as well as Charge finishing up now. Picking off these add-ons is actually a really good call. It's slowing down the Terran's production. Another tank is now out. It's going to start shelling away at these. I think Goblin's going to back up now. I feel like Goblin actually did get an appreciable amount of damage done there. Add-ons are not cheap, and they, especially reactors, take a while to actually get running. Raven's going to continue to be a nuisance here. Looks like Goblin's going to try... Yeah, Goblin's just kind of poking in, getting a little bit of damage done, and heading out. Oh! Uh-oh. Carr does not realize that there is a hit squad of Stalkers there in the back of his base. He's kind of focused here at the front. Meanwhile, these Stalkers down here are going to be taking out a couple of workers. I forgot that he actually left the siege tanks there, so maybe he's going to be okay. Goblin continuing to bust down this wall as well. Make it easier to access this tank here. Goblin's actually doing a great job of just keeping the Terran pinned back. The Terran has not been able to hit any of his timings, and has really just kind of been stuck at home defending against these Blink Stalkers. Charge is going to be finishing up here momentarily. This Raven's really been just trying to get whatever it can get done. It's actually been an invaluable scout, I feel like. Ooh, tank actually does get taken out by Goblin. That's kind of rough for our Terran player. This hit squad of Stalkers, man, I swear. Goblin's really doing a fantastic job of just like hitting in multiple spots, keeping the Terran pinned back. I gotta say, I'm actually in love with it. Well, the Terran part of me is like seething, but I don't know, the caster inside me is just like elated to see Goblin's like masterclass in multi-pronging, and yeah, it's just so cool to see. First Colossus, first Colossus now coming out for the Goblin. Carr's been able to scout it out. We do have some Vikings on the way now. I mean, despite being pinned back, Carr's actually done a pretty good job of trying to keep up economically. We still have 62 workers. We're actually ahead of the Protoss player in that aspect. I mean, if he keeps if he can keep surviving and just keep looks like these bio units are going to try and pick a fight with a whole bunch of Stalkers down here. Viking, yeah, I mean, Goblin's not even going to mess with that. Just going to go ahead and recall that. So Carr has actually relieved a lot of pressure on himself right now. He's going to have a lot of space to be able to kind of expand and try and catch wind of what the Protoss player is doing. That being said, the Viking count is a bit low to be dealing with these Colossi. And also kind of a... Oh, we're actually going to go for an all-in. We're just decided to say screw it. Alright, it looks like the army is actually going to be caught out here. Ooh, really nice interference matrices on these Colossi. Goblin's just forced to just retreat at this point. All the SCVs are kind of at the front here. Really nice drops here from Carr to kind of get the siege tanks moved into position. The interference matrix is actually worn off, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Carr to actually get into a position that he feels comfortable with. Here we go. We have a big engagement here. The Colossi are actually picking off a lot of these SCVs before they're actually able to do a lot of tanking. That being said, the tanks are actually shelling away very efficiently on these Colossi. The Vikings are going to be joining up here momentarily. There were some EMPs at some point in here. Stalker's going to bleed forward, actually take out the tanks. I think Carr might be done for. I am not 100% certain. Goblin actually does have a significant bank. He could probably get another warp in here momentarily. It's probably just what he's waiting for at this point. He's going to try and chase down this wounded Colossi after the Widow Mine managed to make a connection. There's not really that many Protoss units here. There's still a chance for Carr to actually get back into this game. Picks off this next Colossi. Like I said, there's still a lot of gateway units here. We do have a couple more bio units trying to engage or come up to the front. Yeah, Carr is still producing a little bit behind this. If he can actually manage to rally, he might be fine. He might actually be in a pretty good spot. Now, there is something engaging into Carr's third base. I don't think it's as important as this fight here. I don't think there are a couple of extra EMPs there that might have been a bit unnecessary. But at this point, Carr manages to take out the Protoss player's fourth base and is still trying to poke into this natural. Let's see what was occurring here. Oh, it looks like it was a bit of a zealot run by, but there was a bunker there. I think Carr's going to be safe for right now. Looks like Carr's going to try and get up the ramp here. Yeah, I think his army is just too small at this point to really get too much done. Yeah, it looks like he's just going to have the small hit squad trying to get something done here. We're back to producing SCVs, so we're going to try and get back into a macro game. I'm not sure if that's really the... It is a tournament, so he's going to try and make some magic happen. I don't know. It's difficult to try and get back after all in with all of your, or with the vast majority of your workers, I should say. Goblin taking a moment to reestablish that fourth base. Actually doing a pretty good job of keeping track of these warp prisms, making sure that they're not going to be able to get in and just warp in a huge amount of stuff on top of him. I'm actually surprised Goblin's so short on workers right now. I almost feel like that's kind of what's keeping Carr in this game right now. Alright, we do have a push out from Carr. Handful of bio and ghost. A little bit of multi-prong as well, trying to divert the attention where he can. Nice scan forward. It's going to see that there are a decent chunk of Protoss units. Never want to engage blindly into anything. Decent little... Carr trying to make something happen here, but I don't know if he's actually going to be able to. Now we do have a zealot run by here at third base. It looks like it actually hasn't been able to take out too many workers by the looks of things. A couple do go down. Goblin trying to engage into this bio army down here. Carr actually doing a decent job of kind of pushing the front while also defending at home. He's going to try and pick off another one of these Colossi. I'm actually surprised. Carr has more army supply right now than Goblin does. Bio Army is going to try and move into this fourth base and take it out once again. Now, there's not a lot of buffer here for these Colossi. A little bit of stutter step back. Yeah, it looks like cars now. We're just going for the parade push. That being said, we do have a run by here that has oof. So I guess it's taken out a couple of workers at this point. There wasn't actually much to defend here at the front by the looks of things. Looks like Goblin has decided to kind of stick with the composition that he's been going for so far. We do have the 3 Colossi. We're not, yeah, we're not getting any new tech. We're just kind of sticking with the tried and true Gateway army. Car's still sticking it out. Let's see. We do only have 2 ghosts. I mean, he's kind of stuck on this army. Alright, Car's run by group is going to get caught out by this Protoss army. So he's going to try and regroup at his 4th base. Nice split of army here by Car to try and defend both bases. And Car trying to engage a little bit forward of his base to keep the Protoss player from pinning him back too far. Oh, it looks like the War Prism actually finally got in. And it's going to be wreaking some havoc here. Actually does manage to take it out. Goblin's going to try and capitalize on the fact that Car's attention is now in the main base. Planetary Fortress finishes up. It's actually going to be a pretty good anchor point for this Terran army. Definitely not enough Protoss here to contend with this Planetary Fortress, I'm pretty sure. I know whenever you're playing a game of StarCraft 2, Planetary Fortresses seem like absolutely invincible, but trust me, they're not. Alright, both armies are moving to the east side of the map. Goblin trying to catch this army before it can get too much damage done. Bit of a whiff there on the EMP. Man, both armies trying to make something happen here. Oop, the Widow Mine Trap actually does manage to take out a handful of those Stalkers, but the Zealots are still going to be able to push through this for the most part. Ooh. Disruptor doesn't really manage to get a good connection there. Now, we do have some of the more potent Terran units starting to hit the field now. The Liberators are absolutely fantastic at being able to zone out some of these like lower tech Protoss armies. Well, I say lower tech, we do have Colossi and Disruptor in here. But it's going to do a great job of making sure that those Disruptors won't be able to get the juicy shots that they want, provided you can set it up properly. Now, Goblin here is trying to abuse the fact that the Liberators take time to set up and is trying to make another path here to actually break through. Ooh, actually, Car's going to leave behind the Liberators. It looks like they're both going to get taken out, unfortunately. And suddenly, Car's zoning option is gone once again. He's kind of stuck on this, on just the Bio army, which is causing him a little bit of grief. And don't get me wrong, Bio is incredibly strong, but once a Protoss army starts to increase in complexity, the Terran army also has to increase in complexity. Is this Widow Mine actually doing work? It looks like it is doing work. 4 kills on that. Big engagement once again at the choke point. Car's not actually able to really pick apart some of these more powerful Protoss units. Looks like we're going to go ahead and double down on the Robo army. Another Robo is on the way. Goblin really trying to make these Zealot run-bys work for him. Goblin continuing to rotate around to try and find an angle with which he can actually engage into Carr. This planetary fortress is going to finish up. It's going to be an excellent anchor point for Carr. Oh, this is a little bit scary. Doesn't manage to pick off one of the disruptors, but not both of them. Carr's starting to kind of drop an army supply, and Goblin is only going up. Be said, Goblin also has, looks like he's mining from 4 bases right now, maybe 3.5. Unfortunately, those Vikings do get picked off without actually taking out any of the Colossi. Nice EMP there. More disruptors are going to be on the way now. And I mean, now that Carr doesn't have... it seems like Carr's being forced into making more Vikings. And is not going to be able to make Liberators to actually deal with those disruptors effectively. A bit unfortunate. Man, Carr is in full survival mode right now. Alright, Carr's going to try and engage with this army once again. Bit of a mind drag there out of Goblin. Goblin's really trying to make this happen. Alright, quick, ooh, no! Actually manages to take out that disruptor before it killed all of his units. Hot pick up there to avoid another disruptor shot. Mass repair on the planetary fortress to keep this anchor point surviving for the Terran player. And all of the tech units, besides for these 2 disruptors, have actually been taken out by Carr. Really well done. A couple of reinforcing disruptors, though. There's still nothing that's going to keep these disruptors from just firing away at the army, unfortunately. Carr survives another day. Man, Goblin really wants to just take this out. Oh my god. Goblin also expanding to the northwestern side of the map. Looks like it might also expand to the base just to the south of that too. Dark Shrine's going to be on the way now. Going to be expanding on his run by options by adding Dark Templar into the mix. Actually going for more Colossi. It genuinely feels like Goblin's just forcing Carr to keep producing Vikings so that he cannot make Liberators. Alright, for the first time in a while, it looks like Carr is going to be the one on the offensive. So, main army here is going to be pushed back, but it looks like it's actually going to manage to take out a couple of workers here and kind of pull his attention away. I was actually going to back up. I thought for sure he's going to try and engage into this, but I guess not. Instead, we're going to focus on expanding once again. They're still kind of missing some of those higher tech Terran units from Carr, just sticking on that, sticking hard on that bio. And again, it has been maybe a little low eco for a lot of this game, so it's not the craziest thing in the world. Unfortunately, this chunk of army is actually going to be caught out. Lost, I believe, a medevac there. Oh no! Goblin catching Carr a little bit off guard. Actually manages to survive the base, but actually does lose the 3rd base. There is a large engagement up here in the north. Looks like Carr is actually kind of going for a bit of a base trade type of situation here. Huge warp in of Zealots. I believe should be able to clean this up. I'm not 100% sure. Ooh, actually catches the DTs. That's actually really nice vision coming out of Carr. Goblin continuing to push into all of Carr's bases. Just absolutely ripping and tearing all of this apart. Unfortunately, it looks like Car's kind of lacking in army supply now. Took a bit of a beating to those zealots while he was trying to make the base trade happen. Also lost a lot of workers. Actually, yeah, no, that deficit is mostly in just workers. Nice splits here, trying to engage into this highly diversified Protoss army, but now it's starting to turn into just disruptors. Looks like they're gonna be warped out there. How many disruptors is that? We have 6 disruptors out on the field now, about to turn into 8. At this point, Goblin's just kind of bleeding Car out. Like, Car is starting to lose money. It just does not have the workers to actually be able to continue producing. And just bit by bit, it's just going to tear him apart. Car putting up a valiant effort, though. Oh, GG's going to be called. Goblin is going to take game 1 of the set. Well done, Goblin. Very sick game 1. I do apologize. It seemed I missed a raid. Oh, Cranky Ducklings actually raided us. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. I guess we could do go run through the sponsors real quick. If you haven't, check out our Matcherino link. Help support the tournament. We also have a sponsor, DXRacer. They can fulfill any of your gaming chair needs. Definitely check them out. We also have the Patreon, if you'd like to support snipers directly. Also, you can follow the channel. That is also an excellent way of supporting us. And yeah, I want to just thank you guys so much for continuing to hang out. It is incredibly appreciated. All right, let's see. I also do apologize. I did not realize that Car was Milky Cow. My mistake. I do apologize. But that is going to be another one for Platinum Heroes. Congratulations to Goblin for taking game number 1. This has actually turned into a 6 series. A lot of back and forth between each of the teams. Alright, we're going to head into map 2 of set 3. It's going to be our 6th game. And yeah, let's go ahead and hop into it. I'm going to continue sipping on my coffee here. Somebody once told me that drinking coffee before casting actually dehydrates your vocal cords. I don't know if that's true or not. I want to think that it's not true. I mean, that's also just because it's just because I want to continue drinking coffee. All right. Here we are on Gresvin, spawning in the bottom right-hand side with the blue Terran pieces. It is Milky Cow. Again, I do apologize for just calling him Car the entire time. It's hard to keep track of some of these alts. Spawning in the top left-hand position, it is Goblin. Heroes putting on a hell of a show recently. Oh, we do have a proxy. All right. We have a proxy, ladies and gentlemen. Probe's going to come across. Probably realize it pretty quickly. Double gas. I wonder what kind of proxy this is going to be. Not 100% sure. Goblin already checking to make sure that it's not too close to him. Cybercore first. Excellent call. So we're mining 6 out of 6 gases. First Reaper is going to be getting on the map here fairly soon. Going for the bunker. Going to be relying on a little bit of SCV RNG here just to make... Actually, no. I take it back. Milky Cow is actually moving the odds in his own favor by disengaging the SCV and then putting it back on. There you go. Beautiful. Alright, definitely something that Goblin has contended with before. Not the biggest of deals. Actually putting it right there in the crook. That's pretty nice. Stalker's going to pop out here in a second. It's going to be able to push this Reaper away. Oh, we actually don't have a we don't have a shield battery here yet. There we go. Shield battery is going to go down. Milky Cow taking care of that SCV doesn't get like sniped off. And once again, we have a 1-1-1 before getting the natural command center. Oh, this Reaper has dreams and aspirations. Look at him going after this shield battery. There is no Reaper in the world that has killed a building by itself. Not that I can think of. He wants to be the first one, damn it. Do have a proxy going up now for Goblin. And it's going to be a gateway. Ooh, this is going to get spicy quickly. Very quickly. Natural command center, about halfway done. And we're going to have another quick Widow Mine drop. Not before the armory is done, though. Alright, we do have a warp-in of Stalkers currently occurring. There's really not that much here to defend for Milky Cow, unfortunately. This is going to get really sketchy for him really quickly. He does have a Widow Mine drop, but that's not going to do game-ending damage. Banshee's on the way now. Milky Cow's going to try and keep this repaired so the Stalkers can't actually get in. He's going to lose a ton of workers. This is... Oh, this is spooky. This is getting kind of spooky. More SCVs are getting pulled off the line to try and keep this wall held. It looks like the Widow Mines did not do that much. One death there. Didn't get a chance to see the other one. We do have a Dark Shrine on the way now for our Protoss player. Oh man, this is so unfortunate. Milky Cow. Oh no! Looks like the Stalkers are actually going to get in, and now they're forced to fight. They are kind of trapped though. Oh boy. So we do have a Banshee and a tank out now. Banshee's going to be able to cause some chaos for sure, because I don't think Goblin actually has any... I take that back. There's an Observer. Never mind. I could still get something done, though. Terrans usually make a Banshee whenever the Protoss player is doing something rather aggressive. Usually actually come out pretty ahead, I would say. Alright, so we do have 3 kills there on that. What am I? 10 kills on this one. Oh, Goblin, you weren't paying attention. I wasn't either, though. But I'm not playing the game, so it's not my fault. So we do have this little hit squad of units here. I don't know. I think these Stalkers are going to be able to pick that tank off and it's just going to be over. Right? We also have a Dark Templar. This is going to get a bit sketchy here for Milky Cow, I feel like. Fake to drop here into the main. We do have the Raven out too. I feel like that was an excellent call from Milky Cow. So it seems in a weird way we've kind of stabilized. Both players are at about 26 workers. Actually, Goblin's going to try and go for it? I'm actually kind of surprised. We don't have Blink yet, I don't think. No. Actually, do we even... Yeah, Milky Cow's going to be able to... should have more than enough to defend this. Yeah, Siege Tank's going to take a couple of shots, and Goblin's going to back up here. This Banshee's trying to get something done over on the other side of the map. Milky Cow going for a small wall off. And he's actually transitioning into just kind of your standard 3-1-1. There's one thing that people like to say a lot, especially to players who are kind of rising through the ranks. It's just like the faster and more efficiently you can get back to your normal game states, the better it will be for you. So getting back into that 3-1-1 after all the shenanigans that occurred in that early game. Kind of the hallmark of a good player. I do feel like I'm a little nervous because I feel like I might have been just singing Milky Cow's praises way too much and not giving Goblin enough credit for absolutely just crushing it in the early game. I actually still do have this proxy out here. Goblin could actually get some chaos zone with that later on. I think once again, Milky Cow's just kind of pinned back in his base. Grabbing an Archon drop. Banshee's just been here to be a nuisance. That's all it's done. Do you have a move out from Milky Cow now? That being said, do you have a Warp Prism drop here? You can see the army has stopped in the middle of the map while he tries to deal with this. Oh, that... Oh. It looks like we maybe had a bit of an issue there. Alright. Looks like Milky Cow is going to try and engage into here. Unfortunately, there's no place for the tanks to actually get set up. One of them gets taken out, but a hot quick up... Oh, nope. Oh, nope. All of them are gone. All of them are gone. StarCraft 2, where in the blink of an eye, the tides can turn. Actually, I'd be willing to bet there's a better tagline where it's just like your armies immediately evaporate. Do have a mine drop here in the main base. Goblin? Yep, no, Goblin's still paying attention. He's really trying to make something happen here. Another engagement here at the third base. There's not a lot of Protoss here. Well, I say that, but then the Zealots do get warped in. There's actually enough Terran here to get the job done, I think. There's no medevacs. So this army's not going to be able to stick around for much longer or really stem as much as Milky Cow probably wants to. This is going to get pushed away, but he did take out the base. Ooh. Misclick. Small little misclick there from Milky Cow. Is going to lose a lot of army because of that. It looks like Goblin's going to be able to chase the army all the way back. A couple more units are going to try and come in, save their platoon friends. Milky Cow is grabbing a Ghost Academy. We're going to start getting into some of that late game tech. Both of these games have been kind of low eco from both of these players. Bit of a mismicroed pickup there. I love the idea of this warp prism just sitting there watching them, making sure that they don't go anywhere. Look, it even follows up. Dude, pro players are just cracked, man. They're just cracked. Goblin continuing to kind of try and push into this third base location. Actually does manage to trap a decent amount of that bio on the ground. Ooh, might actually lose a lot more. Milky Cow does manage to get his bio out of that sticky situation. He's going to have to pull a lot of workers to actually make this work. Another EMP is going to go down. Did he actually not lose that many workers? Oh! While Goblin was doing that, there was actually a big drop into the main base of Goblin. And it looks like Milky Cow's actually doing a decent amount of cleanup here. A couple of Archons are going to be able to push that back, but there was a lot of probes that went down. I don't know. We might not have WCS Gameheart on right now. There were a lot of probes that went down. This puts Milky Cow in a much more comfortable position. It's still a bit low eco, but at the same time, his eco is better than Goblin's is currently. Alright, big Terran army coming into the third base of Goblin. There's only a handful of Zealots here. There are a couple of Archons that are going to be dropped down, but we do have the Widow Mines that are going to be able to clean house here. Big surround here by Goblin. Ooh. Milky Cow is going to be able to boost out. And should be fine. Goblin sending out a small run-by of Zealots. Huh? Hello? I love to see stuff like that where it's just like two opposing units are just not moving, but just move commanding right by each other. Such a goofy thing to see. Nice hold position micro here by Milky Cow with the SCVs. Ooh, actually sick Widow Mine connections there. These Zealots have been severely wounded. And there should be enough here. Oh, well, with the reinforcing Zealots, I'm not sure if there's actually going to be enough for the Terran to hold, but maybe, kind of, yes. There actually might be enough here for Milky Cow to hold. These engagements have been confusing, man. Alright, Goblin's going for another push here. Oop, nice EMP there by the Terran player. Looks like Goblin is going to be forced to back up here. Trying to push him all the way back to this staging point that Goblin has set up. More Zealots are going to be warped in. I think this should be enough for Goblin to actually push Milky Cow back. Oh no, GG. Oh, I missed something. Oh, wow. I apologize, guys. I completely missed the supply count there. I did not realize that this was Goblin's last attempt to get back into this game. My apologies. So Milky Cow's going to take that game. And now we're actually taking this series to an ace match. Really well done by both players. It has been truly a back and forth set. Like each set, each player has won once. And now we're going to be in the ace match, which I believe is going to be Goblin and Milky Cow again. So we'll have to see what happens. Been an exciting series of games so far today. With that, we'll go ahead and hop into our final match between Platinum Heroes and CSO Esports. One of these players will be moving on to the finals. Well, my lord. One of these teams will be moving on to the finals, and one of them will be ejected from the tournament. And both of them have been fighting incredibly hard to stay into this tournament. This has actually been a very sick series. I'm super happy I got an opportunity to cast this. With that being said, we are now on our ace match on Royal Blood LE. Alright, spawning in the bottom left-hand side of Royal Blood, fighting for CSO's life in this tournament. It is Milky Cow. And in the top right with the red Protoss pieces, trying to keep Platinum Heroes in this tournament, it is Goblin. Have a cheeky little SCV here. What are we going to do? It's going to be the same build as last time. There we go. First barracks. Gas. Oh, for a second there, I thought that probe was just going to immediately spot it. Second gas. Fairly standard opening for the Protoss player. Nothing too out of the ordinary. The probe's probably going to spot that missing barracks. We're going to see a cyber first. Yeah, once again, Goblin spotting that there is no barracks. Probably thinking to himself right now, yeah, of course. It's Terrans and their shenanigans, am I right? Reaper on the way now for our Terran player. Probe's going to spot this SCV coming in. It'll be interesting to see if Goblin tries to deny it in any way. Yep. He's going to deny the building, but is going to try to get that SCV the hell out of here. Milky Cow's RNG with the SCV was not as good this time. Not as good this time. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, is this going to get shut down? Oh, no. Actually, nope. Perfect RNG. Perfect RNG. Couldn't have been better. Really just, like, got right in that. Oh! Oh, no! Oh, wow. Milky Cow actually manages to get the kill on the probe. And the bunker goes up. Goblin once again responding with a proxy. I'm assuming this is going to be another proxy gateway, right? Either way. Yep, proxy gateway. And we're going to see a bit of a, not a rematch, but kind of a repeat of events. A little bit of a supply block there. I don't know why it was so funny to see that Stalker like walk down, pick off that oh, this is actually a different build. I apologize, guys. I completely missed what was happening. We actually have Marauders and Hellions at the forefront here with Concussive Shell. And yeah, this is I think Goblin's been kind of blindsided here a little bit. More Hellions, more Marauders are showing up. Actually, losing one of those Marauders isn't the greatest thing in the world. Banshee on the way now, as well as Cloak. Looks like Goblin actually has enough to chase these units back. Does manage to take out another Stalker. But it looks like, yeah, he's going to have to back up now. Goblin continuing to produce more stalkers. Milky Cow going for the Banshee and the Siege Tank. Uh-oh. That's super unfortunate. So now Goblin is actually on top of Milky Cow's production. The only thing here to actually contest this is a couple of, it's like a Banshee and a bunch of SCVs. The tank will be popping out here momentarily. God, there are worker deaths occurring on both sides of the map. Looks like a couple of Hellions managed to get into the main base of Goblin. Meanwhile, Goblin's managing to kill defending SCVs here on the other side of the map. Oh, this is chaos. These SCVs are going to be taken out as they are en route home. This almost feels like a full reset. Goblin's at 21 workers at the 5-minute mark. Milky Cow's on 15. Oh my gosh. Alright, so both Banshees have been finished. There is no cloak. Goblin managed to snipe that beforehand. This Banshee's going to try and get in here and make something happen. It does take out one... Let's take out one stalker. It kind of reminds me of the there's a campaign mission where the Banshees are actually first introduced, and you have to do something similar to that. It's just like kite like a stalker or two as Swan blabs on about how Banshees work. These Banshees have tech reactors in their things that allow them to cloak. Should be useful for engaging targets without detection. Oh, that actually hurt my voice a little bit. Looks like Milky Cow might actually be shaping up for another all-in. I think we're not getting an add-on for the starport. Oh my goodness. Well, I don't even know how to... How do I cast this? Alright, so we do have a couple of siege tanks that are getting picked off by the stalkers. It looks like the Liberator's also going to get picked off here. A lot of Milky Cow's... Yeah. Milky Cow's tech units got picked off, and Goblin takes it. That last engagement was chaos. There were... Adepts fighting siege tanks that were fighting stalkers, that stalkers were fighting the Banshees. What do I say to that? This Alright, so that means oh good lord. So that means Platinum Heroes are going to be moving on to the finals. Well fought by CSO. Yeah, you guys did great. I think that was a fantastic series. Also, I can't see if... I can't personally see if people are following, but there was an alert about the follow goal, so I'm assuming somebody did follow. Thank you, if you did. If you didn't, consider following. All right. So that is our first semifinals out of the way. Up next, we have Hokago T Team versus Sidestorm Gaming. That'll be our next series. After that, we'll be moving on to the grand finals. But before we do any of that, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to take an opportunity to get up, stretch my legs a little bit. I implore you to do the same. Thank you for continuing to hang out today. As always, is very, very, very much appreciated. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Stay tuned. We'll have more StarCraft on the way soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We will be moving on to do apologize. Hokago T Team versus Storm Gaming. Before we do that, I'd like to give us another quick shout out to our sponsors. For starters, if you'd like to support the tournament directly, you can check out our Matcherino link. Any support that you can show on Matcherino would be much appreciated. Definitely, you can follow that that link there. Secondly, we'd also like to give a special shout out to DXRacer. If you're in the market for a new gaming chair, they have a couple of different styles that you can choose from, as well as colors. Definitely check them out. They make some high quality gaming chairs that I feel like you'd probably be happy with. So you can follow that link in the chat now, or you can use code SSL2 to receive 5% off of your next order. Again, you can also support us directly on Patreon. If you'd like to follow that link there, you can check out some of our tiers. Quick shout out to Wiseman and Red Dragons for the Hyperion tier subscriptions. Much appreciated, guys. Not required, but of course it is always appreciated to show your support there. Lastly, you can follow the channel here, or you can follow S_Starcraft. My cat is freaking out. What the hell? You can follow S_Starcraft on Twitter to get updates on any upcoming tournaments. All right, and with that being said, we will go ahead and hop into our next series. Hokago T Team versus Storm Gaming. It looks like these are also from the old patches. It's going to take us just a second to get these loaded up and going. I guess while we wait, I can go ahead and just say thank you to everybody who has continued to hang out and watch the StarCraft games. It's much appreciated. With that being said, we can start hopping into the game. All right. Here we are on Dragon Scales, spawning in the bottom right hand side of the map. We have Nicoract playing for Storm Gaming. And here in the top left hand side with the red tear in pieces, it is Replicant for Hokago T Team. Now I do have to be honest, Hokago is definitely a new name. I'm not super familiar with them or their players, but I'm excited to see a new team name. It's always exciting to see new ventures. That being said, this is a TPT. We have a very similar setup on both sides, double gas openings. All right, SCVs meet in the middle. So far, pretty standard game from both players. Nothing, definitely nothing too crazy. Reaper opening. Do apologize if you can hear my cat there in the background. She's currently on a diet, and she likes to let me know that she is not a fan of it. She actually, yeah, she got fed this morning and has decided that that is just not enough. It would be easier if you could just explain to your pets, just like, hey, I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this for your health. Reaper's dancing in the moonlight. Alright, so it looks like Nicorect is going, actually both players going for a reactor follow-up. How many? 2 Reapers each. Nicorect going for that for Tech Lab on the factory. Whereas Replicant is actually going for a follow-up Widow Mine. Now this has always been a neat little trick I like to see in TVTs, where you make the one Widow Mine and you put it in a weird spot, or you just put it in a spot where you know your opponent is going to be, and just watch the magic happen. I'm actually interested in seeing where. Okay, so just right at the top of the ramp. This is a smart idea. It's a good idea. Cyclone is going to be Nicorect's choice of factory unit now. It's kind of funny to see both players get it's kind of funny to see both players get a bit defensive, and when neither of them really have any intention of being aggressive towards the other one. It's always kind of funny to see. That being said, we do have a load up here. And a load up here. I was completely wrong again. Oh no, they're not going to be aggressive with each other yet. They're just macroing up. There's nothing going to happen now. Alright, Replicant is going to be dropping into Nicorect's base. Now there is a siege tank here. I don't think Replicant's really going to get too much done. Meanwhile, this base is a bit open right now, so it looks like Nicorect's actually going to get some damage done. 4 SCVs have gone down so far, and it looks like Replicant has actually had to retreat from his own attack there. Really nice pickup micro there from Nicorect, saving the Cyclone. Now, it looks like all of the Marines are going to be cleaned up here, but not 10 SCVs going down. That's nothing to shake a stick at, to be honest with you. And it's still going. These 2 Reapers are actually causing mass chaos here in the second, or in the natural mineral line. 14 SCVs have gone down. Unfortunately, it looks like Replicant is floundering here just a little bit. Now, the Reapers are going to go down, but not after just getting absolutely massive amounts of damage done at this point. Nicorect setting up for another push here by the looks of things. It looks like Replicant is going to try and go for another drop here, as well as some harassment with the Raven. Looks like 1 SCV will go down. Not the biggest deal in the world. It's almost kind of a given in a TVT. Alright, so we do have a siege tank drop here. Unfortunately, the siege tank from before is still here. And Nicorect successfully defends once again. I mean, there's 6 SCVs to go down, though. But then again, I mean, he is still up 7 SCVs. Do have a double medevac drop moving out onto the field now. Replicant still trying to make something happen here. Alright, another drop is moving out for Replicant now. It looks like a full Marine drop. Stimpack finishing up for Replicant here in just a second, as well as for Nicorect. Alright, it'll be interesting to see how much more damage Nicorect is actually going to do from this position. There's still no defensive siege tank here. So it looks like Nicorect is actually going to get some Oh boy. Marines do dive right into the main mineral line. Looks like they're actually going to manage to take out combat shields before it finishes. And actually catches these tanks before they can do anything? Oh my goodness, that is 3 tanks that just went down, as well as 9 workers. This is actually quite devastating for Replicant. That basically reset his siege tank count. He's struggling to actually be able to kind of keep up with this. There's a tank in the main, but at this point, like, they've already left out the front door. What are you doing? Nicorak continuing to get damage done on this side of the map. 22 SCVs have gone down so far. Replicant is going to have to call GG. And Nicorak takes the first game. Really well done there by Nicorak. Very aggressive play there. Definitely difficult to keep up with. See, we have Fat Cat support in the chat. Always good to see. All right, so that puts us at Size Storm 1. Hokago 2, or wow. Hokago 0. We have not casted 3 games yet. Oh man. Is it actually time for me to retire at this point? Good lord. All right, we're going to go ahead and hop into match number 2. Oh, whoops. Yep, match number 2 between these 2 players. Another TVT for the books. Once again, I do appreciate everybody continuing to hang out. It's always, always, always appreciated. Do you just want camera time? Is that what you want? You do apologize. My cat is looking at me with just kind of the saddest eyes, and it's making me sad now. I gotta get rehyped with StarCraft stuff. All right. We now find ourselves on Royal Blood. Or potentially a blank screen again. The StarCraft 2 client tends to be kind of weird whenever you flip between them for different replays. There we go. All right. This time for real, we are on Royal Blood. Spawning in for Psystorm Gaming, it is Nicorak. And representing apologies, something happened with my mic there. It is Replicant. And we do have a Proxy 2 Rax already out on the field. This is always such a... it's definitely a very aggressive way to play TBT. And I know, from my own personal experiences and the experiences of some of my Terran friends, it can be quite infuriating to play against. We'll see how Replicant handles it. Nicorak is going to see that this is quite odd, as there's no barracks at home. And, I mean, I think Nicorak he should spot this, and I think he should be fine. Like, the funny thing is that usually, whenever you're watching pros respond to cheese, it's more a question of not like, is it going to outright kill them, but more like, how much damage are they going to take, and how much longer can they last afterwards? It rarely ever outright kills them. See, we have a bunker coming up for Nicorak now. Replicant is probably going to be aiming just to try and get as much damage done as possible rather than outright kill Nicorak. Well, I mean, unless he loses the Reaper, then it's just, oh boy. Ooh, really nice snapshot there. That felt like it should have gone into like an MLG highlight from 2010. Hit him with the COD hit marker. 3 SCVs have gone down so far for Nicorak. Still not quite. I don't think that's quite the damage that Replicant is looking to get done. Currently, Replicant is behind 1 worker, but we do have the. Hyperion has come out, so this has definitely bought Nicorak a lot of breathing room. Now, Replicant is continuing to produce Reapers. I think at some point he probably just wants to stockpile a couple of them and use them if Nicorak happens to try and move out onto the map like he is trying to do right now. Oh no, he was trying to catch them before they got in. Oh, but Replicant actually trying to chase down. I think that's a bit of a mistake. Actually, he loses one of the Reapers. A bit unfortunate for him. But that being said, we are taking out a lot of workers at this point. 7 workers have gone down so far. I think at this point, it is absolutely worth it. It looks like Nicorak is going to try and go across the map as quickly as possible, try and get something done here. Now, I believe Replicant is now significantly ahead. Yeah, our first Cyclone is going to be popping out here soon. And I think that's kind of going to be the key, like Replicant's key unit in defending this for right now. Now, the command center is going to get delayed, it seems. And I think Replicant's going to have to hang on now for dear life. Oh. Actually manages to get 1 unit. I think he's going to lose a supply depot, unfortunately. SCVs are being pulled off of the line to try and deal with this assault. They're actually just going to go straight to repairing the Cyclone and making sure that that actually survives. That being said, wow, that's 11 units that just went down, or 11 SCVs that just went down. So now I think Replicant's behind again. Replicant does get a full scout of what's happening. No, I need to remember to take this one out of the rotation. Apologies for the StarCraft equivalent of the Benny Hill theme. Alright, so it seems that so far the game has stabilized now, for the most part. Replicant is a little behind compared to Nicorak, but at the same time not so far behind that it's necessarily like the end of the game or anything like that. Both these players still absolutely have a good chance. Nice auto turret harass here. Actually going to shore up that worker lead here rather nicely. You know, on the other side of the map, we do have a double Cyclone harass. Managing to take out a couple of workers there. I guess it's going to slow down gas mining a little bit here as well. So my initial thought was that Replicant was actually going to go into mech after this. Uh-oh. We do have a nice. Oh. I was going to say, we actually have a nice push coming out of here from Nicorak. Unfortunately, the interference matrix was kind of wasted. The Cyclone spent too much time trying to get into position to actually lock onto this tank. Yeah, Nicorak is going to have to back up here. This barracks is still alive? Oh my god. Why? Alright. Fairly classic 2-on-1 setup here from Replicant. Actually, from Nicorect as well. Oh my god, what are you doing? Make like one Reaper. Actually, yeah, make one Reaper out of this, please. I just want to see one Reaper. I'll even take a Marine. Do you have the money? Yeah, you have the money for it. Come on. Come on, you know you want to do it. Yes. Alright, yep. He might, oh my god. Just have the one Marine pop out. I just want to see him just do a little bit of damage. That's all I want to see. Yeah, you poke the Cyclone, I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. Alright, so both players are kind of getting into shape for the mid game. Or I guess late, no. The late mid game. It's tank drop here. Now Replicant is, I was going to say the Replicant is in position, but it's going to be boosting out at the exact same time that Nicorect is going to be dropping in. Actually manages to clean this up pretty effectively. I don't think he lost a worker there. Nicorect is resetting kind of in the dark area of the base, and Replicant is now going to know. Oh no! The drop was intercepted in the middle of the map. Super unfortunate for Replicant. I've done that before. It feels so bad. So now Replicant is actually being sieged on two sides, and he's going to try and hold each side with a siege tank. It's going to make it difficult for Nicorect to continue pushing forward. Does manage to clean up the drop in the main. It looks like, yeah, it looked like Nicorect was kind of like, yeah, he's trying to kind of push his luck here. SCVs are going to be pulled off the line. Should be fine. I think it is going to force Nicorect to back up. Actually, no. Replicant actually moves forward just a little bit too much. Ah. And another game for Psystorm Gaming. Well done to Nicorect. I'll be excited to see if we see Replicant in future tournaments, because I think he has potential. It looked pretty sick. Unless, you know, once again, this is like another car situation. I hope not. Alright, so that puts us at Psystorm 2, Hokago T team at 0. Alright, so that's going to bring us into set number 2. This ought to be really good. Alright, so we're going to be on Babylon for our first game, and it is going to be a showdown for Hokago T team versus Namshar for Psystorm Gaming. This is going to be fun to watch. Of course, loading from an old patch. While we wait for that, I'm just going to take a sip of coffee and ask the chat, how are you guys doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying your weekend. Kat has responded that her weekend sucks. Makes me sad. Alright. Here we are on Babylon, spawning in the bottom right hand side, representing Hokago T team. It is Showdown. And on the other side of the map, representing Psystorm Gaming, it is Namshar. Man, this is just a theme. This Zergs don't take their naturals anymore against Protoss. They just don't do it. It's kind of funny to see, honestly. He didn't even try. I think he saw the probe there. It's just like, nah. It's not worth it. Here we go. Look, we have development in the spray meta. I hope that actually looks like the gateway sipping from that juice. Do you want to cast? I don't think they hear you. You gotta speak up. Oh yeah, that spray is perfect. Perfect spray. I want to see more of this. I want to see more people utilizing their sprays in creative ways. Earlier we had the bruh under the spawning pool. Now we have the juice box next to the gateway. Let's see more sprays. And let's see them used creatively. I'm going to put a shout out. I want to see more uses of sprays. Also, you cannot take a second place medal underneath the Nexus. That one's mine. Find your own. So far, pretty standard game out of both players. Nothing to really write home about. Except for the spray game. The spray game is pretty good. Twilight Council opening from the Protoss player. You know what? I'm imagining this is probably going to be another Dark Templar build, but I want him to do the Adept Glaive build just so I can be just so I can be wrong twice about it at this point. Let me be wrong about it twice. Make this a learning experience for me, Showdown. Adept's gonna poke in, see that everything's fairly nominal. Not really too much to be concerned about yet. Oh, actually, is there? There's going to be 8 Zerglings on the field here soon. It is! It's Glaives! I'm so dumb! I said... Damn it! I said before it was going to be Dark... It was going to be Glaives when it was Dark Templar, and this time I said Dark Templar is going to be Glaives. Come on, man. I'm never right. 3 gateways are on the queue now. We do have the Warp Prism on the way, so Showdown's looking to get aggressive here soon. That being said, Namshar does have a lot of Zerglings kind of hovering around the front. Nice spread of them, too. He's going to be able to see if the Warp Prism moves out. Third base has been taken. Roachwarren is on the way. Now, I don't think he spotted what Showdown's actually doing. Let's check the first-person feed. Yeah, he hasn't seen anything like in particular that he should be worried about, but is kind of playing it safe. He is going to see that these Adepts are moving out as well as the Warp Prism. Yeah, we do see a couple of Zerglings moving back into position as well as the Queens moving into position to deal with the Warp Prism. Actually, wow, a lot of Zerglings there. More Adepts are on the way. Adept Glaives have about 6 seconds on them. I don't think Namshar actually knows that, though. Alright, we do have an Immortal coming out soon. Man, yeah, this is an old school build. Namshar's going old school on us. Not Namshar, Showdown. Good lord. Alright, looks like the Zerglings are going to be able to collapse here onto the Adept ball, but I think with Resonating Glaives, they should be fine for right now. No... I don't think they traded out very efficiently, but... Yeah, it wasn't the greatest trade. More Immortals are going to be hitting the field here soon. Yeah, he's going to try... Showdown's going to try and keep pressing the issue here with Namshar. It's going to deny some of this creep spread. I think could actually take out that... I thought I was going to be able to take out that Ravager there, but no. Handful of Zerglings kind of poking around the front, trying to intercept anything that might come out. We still have actually a nice spread of Zerglings to just kind of keep an eye on anything that might happen. Showdown is actually going to be doubling down on this. We have 4 more gateways on the way. No indication of a third base, so this is Showdown's plan. We're gonna die. We're either gonna be victorious or die on this hill. He's gonna continue to try and rotate around. Where? Oh, the Zerglings actually tried to get in. Looks like it's not really gonna be able to do anything. 3 Immortals out on the field. I'm actually surprised there's no sentries with this. Usually you get some sentries for Force Fields and Guardian Shell. Alright, here we are. We're going to be moving out. Now, this is actually a fairly fearsome army. I don't know. Actually, no, this should be enough for Namshar, I feel like. The Adepts are going to be in the front. Oh, those Immortals are just absolutely tearing apart some of these units. We do have a small contingency of Zerglings in the back. Actually, this army is just getting absolutely shred. No. Showdown's actually putting on a show here. These Immortals have actually shredded through all of the roaches here, and the Adepts have been cleaning up everything else. Now Showdown is moving on top of these units to try and finish taking them out. There are 13 roaches that are about to pop out now. That might actually be enough to defend this. The Warp Prism is pulling forward to try and do a little bit of juggling, but unfortunately gets taken out by the Spore Crawler, and it looks like Showdown's army is actually going to be taken out. This is going to leave Showdown in a bit of a bad position. Well, we do have one more push of Adepts moving out. But that being said, Showdown's going to try and get himself a third base. Get themselves a third base. My apologies. It looks like these Adepts are going to do a little bit of economic damage, but they're going to get absolutely shredded by these roaches. 8 drones do go down. Yeah. GG's going to have to be called, and Namshar takes the first game of this set. That puts Psystorm Gaming at 3-0. Yeah, I love it when I get to see old builds come back. It's so neat because it's almost kind of like a quick gotcha moment. It's like, have you studied history? Do you know not to push into Russia during winter? Stuff like that. Do you know why Napoleon was unsuccessful at Waterloo? And it looks like Namshar actually was taking his history classes. Alright. We're going to be continuing on in set 2. Going to be hopping into map 2 here. And I'm super excited to see what these two players have in store for us in this next game. Bit one-sided here. Psystorm has been cleaning house pretty well. But there's still ample opportunity for Hokago to bring this back. Let's see if Showdown can start the reverse sweep. Alright. Here we are on Ancient Cistern, whenever it loads for the stream. Just go ahead and pause it. Come on, you can do it. What was map 3? There's a third map? Oh, the last map. That's already out of my brain, man. I'm um. Yeah, I don't remember. All right, looks like the feed is loaded for the stream, and we'll go ahead and get started here on Ancient Cistern. Let you know after you got it. Here we are on Ancient Cistern, representing Hokago and their last effort. It is Showdown. And spawning on the other side of the map with the red Zerg pieces representing Storm. It is Namshar. All right. Taking the new natural, as this is tradition at this point. Nice little juice box spray meta there. But this time Showdown did something nice here. He decided to give his enemy a little juice box. Let him rehydrate a little bit. Namshar better say thank you. Really nothing out of the ordinary so far. Pretty standard stuff out of both players. Once again, Showdown showing that Protoss players are the absolute best at their worker harassment. Well, I mean, don't hog the juice box now. You gave that to Namshar. No, you can't just give it to Namshar and then pretend like it's now yours again. Showdown, give that box to Namshar. Now we are was that air weapons? Oh my god. I was about to say that's crazy. Alright, so we are doing a Stargate opener this go around. I imagine we're gonna be seeing some Oracle harass here in a little bit. There you go. That's right. Namshar gets the juice box now. Depth is out on the field, going to be doing a little bit of scouting. I swear, every time I see this, it feels like something's off. Like, Namshar's down workers right now. I mean, he made... Oh, we do have 10 Zerglings. Yeah, it looks like Namshar's just trying to stay safe with these extra Zerglings. Yeah, it makes sense. It always psychs me out though, because it seems like every single time he's just like down workers, and I'm unable to comprehend why. Lots of Zerglings moving across the map. Uh-oh. Alright, so some of them are going to get blocked. Oracle does come out. Unfortunately, it's going to have to waste its energy on this side of the map. So it's going to have a little bit of time before it can actually get anything really done on the other side of the map. Namshar actually sees this, takes advantage. Cranks out a whole bunch of drones. Suddenly things are right in the world. He does also see the Oracle, puts up a couple spore crawlers. My cat so badly wants to be co-commentator right now. She is just screaming at me. Alright, Oracles are going to be moving across the map. Yeah, it shouldn't be able to get too much done. Snipes the drone. Snipes another drone. It takes a little bit of hull damage from the spore crawler. Kind of your standard day as an Oracle. we're being honest. Twilight Council follow-up for our Protoss player. Getting into that big gateway energy. A couple of adepts are going to be poking across the map, seeing what they can do. And Namshar, starting to tech up here a little bit. Got the roaches layered on the way. Alright, Oracles are going to come in. They're going to try and get a little bit of damage done again. So I'm wondering if Namshar is actually going to try and go for like the 66 drone into Roach Ravager push. I kind of would like to see that. I would like to see Namshar do that. 4th hatchery on the way. 6 more drones in the queue. Now Showdown is getting into a Twilight Council, as well as a Robo base. So we're going to see some beefier units come out for him soon. So far, both players just kind of teching and poking at each other every once in a while, just to try and keep them honest, try and see what kind of tech they're trying to go for. Small hit squad of gateway units. Once again, just poking, just trying to keep them honest. 4th base going up now for Showdown. Ooh, I do not think that's the fight you want to take, Showdown. Alright, making a nice little stasis trap for a fallback. Would you have the adepts on the other side of the map? Okay. I'm trying to bait him into this stasis trap here. We do have the adepts on the other side of the map. We have 3 Zerg upgrades happening at once. Pneumatized Carapace and Glial Reconstitution. And I don't even know what the other one was. I think it was ranged attack? Missile attack? Yeah. Actually getting some kind of significant damage done here. 5 drones. Well, 5 drones. Actually, not as big as I thought. Expanding the stasis trap. I actually kind of like this. This is funny. This actually is an excellent, like... Oh. So Namshar definitely... Aww. Alright, Namshar definitely doesn't see the other stasis traps. There we go. A lot of that army has actually gotten broken off. It's unfortunate that Showdown doesn't quite have enough units here to actually capitalize on it. Or maybe it does. Or maybe they do. I'm not sure. But, I mean, realistically, I think Showdown's just trying to power up here. 86 workers versus 79 worker Zerg. Cranking out a ton of Immortals. We got High Templar on the way. Did we get Storm? Storm is done. Charges on the way. This is starting to shape up to a rather scary army. Oracles are still being, still kind of just pestering Namshar at this point. Just checking in on the tech, making sure that he's not, like, moving into hive tech or anything like that. But that being said, this is actually, this can be kind of a scary army, I would say. I think, Showdown's definitely... Oh, no. Go back. Yeah, you go back. Never want to have your High Templar. That's that far forward. Oh! Oh, Namshar accidentally... I think he actually took out two Ravagers there. A bit unfortunate. Showdown trying to set up a 5th base here. That's a lot of banelings. Nice cancel. Alright, Namshar is trying to push up the ramp here into this 4th base. Oh, the banelings are a little bit separated, and they don't really get they don't get great damage done. We do have a huge circling run by here. We have Showdown warping in a couple of zealots to try and help deal with this. Man, 23 probes have gone down. Just that was a very short amount of time for that many probes to be going down. Namshar is just all of a sudden everywhere, just refusing to actually engage into Showdown's main army, but instead kind of hitting like little cracks in the armor where he can, just absolutely shredding his worker line. Actually, 23 workers down, and Showdown still has 75. I almost wonder if Namshar is actually doing Showdown a favor by taking out all of those workers at this point. Showdown has quite a decent bank as well. Namshar continuing to try and expand there. His army at the front just kind of holding it down. This is definitely becoming a more and more scary army as time goes by. Like, we're starting to hit a point. Why do units keep doing this? This is some weird pathing. Okay, that was intentional. Never mind. Alright, Namshar is going to be hitting a huge multi-prong here. It looks like he's actually... He's not going to slip it to the natural quite yet. Showdown, I should say, is moving his army into position to try and defend either his third or fourth base. It looks like Namshar finally actually manages to get into the main base. Archon's being able to slip into the base. Oh, that's such a nice thing to be able to see. On the other side, ooh, nice storms there, but not quite enough. He's going to lose a lot of workers once again. Unfortunately, Showdown's not able to keep track of both situations at the same time. Loses a lot there to a bunch of Ravager Biles. He does manage to clean up in his main and natural, but he lost a lot of workers in those moments. Namshar moving into the natural once again. Big recall here from Showdown to try and mitigate the situation. A lot of army kind of getting split up while trying to traverse this this area here. It's a bit annoying to see. I'd be incredibly frustrated if I were Showdown right now. Mostly just about like the army getting split up there. That's just frustrating. All right, Showdown trying to hold down his natural. But it looks like Namshar is going to just kind of ignore the army and go straight into the third base. I do apologize. My mouse glitched out there for a second. It looks like Showdown is going to just try and go for a bit of a base trade here, it seems like. Moving into Namshar's, I believe that's his fourth base. Going to reconvene here a little bit. Now, there's actually not a lot of army here for Namshar. I think most of it is still at home. That's a lot of banelings that just got birthed. We have 42 banelings here. About to be like 56. I was way off. Jesus. Showdown being a little bit apprehensive here about continuing to push in. I don't blame him. Definitely don't blame him. Namshar splitting off, and it looks like we're going to go for a big pincer move. Nice storm there on the first set of banelings. Actually, really nice storms all around, but I don't know if it's actually going to be enough. The banelings just kind of crash into the Archons. And it looks like, actually some of the Archons do survive. He's actually going to be able to push this army back by the looks of things. Actually, nope. The Archons are going to be taken out. And it looks like Showdown is going to have to back up again. Now, Showdown is trying to get into a Skytoss army now. We do have 2 carriers in the production, but I don't... unless Namshar decides to kind of just hang back and, not really... Oh, we have a nice little run by here. Namshar is going into Greater Spire. He is kind of getting into a lot of that late game Zerg tech that's so common in ZVP. I think he's just going to be ready for this transition regardless. That being said, it's not going to be a very powerful transition for Showdown just because he's been down workers and his bank is not great. I don't know. My goodness. This Tastelope is making noises. It was like growling in my ear there for a second. I didn't even know they made noises. You learn something new every day. Oracles are trying to set up some stasis traps. Namchar is basically triggering them with the circumstance that he doesn't really want. And it looks like he's going to kind of set up here for a final push. He's basically maxed out at this point. There's only really 2 carriers here. He's splitting off a couple of units to hit one of the lower routes. Alright, Namchar is going to try and push into this 3rd base. He is going to see the carriers now. Yeah, immediately we do see we see 1 Corruptor in the queue. I'm assuming that's just because he doesn't have a larva for it right now. Alright, Namchar is going to continue pushing into this base. The ground army is just getting absolutely eviscerated by Namchar. The Archons still stand strong, though. Who would have thought it's kind of hard to crack Archons? 19 Corruptors in the production queue. Meanwhile, Namchar is actually attacking into the main and natural once again. Showdown is just chasing the other army back to... yeah, back to their base. Oh, that 1 Corruptor just gets absolutely bodied. It seems like Showdown is kind of setting up for his last hurrah here. Unfortunately, there are a lot of Corruptors on the board now. GG is going to be called. And Namchar takes game number 4. Now that is a 4-0 sweep from Psystorm Gaming. It was a good effort by Hikago, and I genuinely do hope that we get to see that team. I genuinely hope that we get to see their team crop up in the future, because their games were a lot of fun to cast. I did enjoy it a lot, and I hope to see them again in the future. Let me double check some of these replays though, just to make sure that we don't have any any extra games that were played for this series. Yep. Nope. It looks like we are set. So that is a 4-0 for Psystorm Gaming. So with that being said, it looks like the finals is going to be Platinum Heroes versus Psystorm Gaming. That is super exciting to see. And we will be hopping into that soon. However, we're going to take a quick break. Get up, stretch your legs, and get hyped for the finals. I will be back in a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Before we get started on the finals, I'm going to give one last shout out to some of our sponsors. Once again, if you can, definitely check out our Matcherino link. It helps keep tournaments like ours afloat. Also, if you're in the market for a new gaming chair, definitely check out DXRacer. If you use the link in chat right now or the code SSL2, you can receive 5% off of your next gaming chair order. So definitely check that out. Also, we have the Patreon if you want to support Sniper directly. Outside of that, you can also follow the channel here on Twitch, or you can follow at @S_StarCraft for updates on the ongoing tournaments. Now, with that being said, we will go ahead and hop into this series finale between Platinum Heroes and Psystorm Gaming. I am super stoked to see how this goes. Also exciting is this is the current version of StarCraft. All right, let's hop into it. All right. Here we are on Ancient Cistern. Spawning in the bottom left-hand side, representing Psystorm Gaming, it is Geralt. And in the top right-hand side, representing Platinum Heroes, it is DNS. A PvP to start off the finals. You love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Do have a Gateway Scout going out for Geralt. DNS has elected not to do that. Ooh, is it? For a second there, I thought it was going to be a one-gate expand. Nope, both players going double gate. I guess this would be a map where it would make sense to go one gate expand. We do have DNS with a cheeky probe out here on the map. I imagine it has to be proxy robot, right? I'm not 100% sure, but we will find out. Geralt has elected to just kind of stay on his side of the map. You know, buildings belong in bases, not out on the map. Controversial opinion, I know. Robo on the way now for DNS. So it looks like Geralt is feeling comfortable to go ahead and expand. He's actually been scouting this quite rigorously, so I think he has to know that something's amiss here. We do have full gas mining here from DNS. The gas has not actually gone anywhere. I guess that's not entirely true, as Geralt has been mining just about as much gas, I believe. Alright, Stalkers are a little bit split up here. Man, if I were Geralt, I would be really nervous about that. I'm actually going to be able to escape. Actually, did Geralt, like, just barely pass that? He was so close to scouting that. I didn't even realize for a second there. First Immortal's going to be popping out here momentarily. Geralt's actually going for a Twilight opening. He was so close to scout. I'm sure Geralt knows, but at the same time, like, he didn't actually scout it. That being said, Geralt has elected not to expand. We do have the shield battery about to pop up here. Another gateway. So DNS is going to try and push in here. He's going to find that Geralt has not expanded. And it's going to try and keep the high ground. Alright, War Prism is going to be on the way. We also have the Sentinel. Sentinel could actually be a huge game changer if he can, like, trap Geralt on the, like, at the bottom of the ramp. Let that Immortal just absolutely shred his units. Alright, DNS is going to go ahead and start shredding away at one of these gateways, applying a lot of pressure onto Geralt. Geralt kind of tried to pick off that War Prism there. Here we go. DNS is going to continue trying to push up the ramp. Decent force field, I would say, from Geralt. Really kept DNS down on at the bottom of the ramp. We do have a proxy here. Looks like Geralt is going to try and feed any units he can spare into DNS's base. Alright, Geralt is going to try and push this away. I'm actually kind of surprised. I feel like these two Immortals should be more than enough to deal with this. No, I might be incorrect. My PvP math is a little off sometimes. Now we do have 4 Stalkers that got warped in on the other side of the map, and they're going to be able to walk in and deal a little bit of damage. I'm not sure if, yeah, DNS does have cooldown, but he doesn't have the money to actually warp in anything. Nice force fields there by DNS. Manages to catch one of the Stalkers. Going to go ahead and recall into the main base. Looks like this is going to be pushed away for the most part, but DNS does lose 4 workers. That puts him behind 7, which is a little bit unfortunate. Another warp in of units here. It looks like Geralt's just going to kind of try and he's going to just try and do this with Blink Stalker, which, ooh, actually does manage to, oh no, does not manage to get that. Nice nice pickup there by DNS. Really well done. Geralt finally getting his natural expansion down. DNS going for Blink Stalkers himself. Alright, these Stalkers are just these Stalkers have just become a complete nuisance, forcing DNS to actually go back and respond to it. Meanwhile, Geralt actually manages to clean up the proxy location. Oh, really nice catch there by Geralt. It's going to be able to pick off these Immortals. I'm actually not sure. Maybe he loses too much here. Ooh, nice pickup micro there by DNS once again. He's actually been on fire with that today. Now, I think at this point, DNS has more than enough to actually be able to hold this, unless Geralt can, like, immediately jump in and snipe that. He is going to go for the shield battery there, just to kind of have an anchor point to fight from. Geralt's going to try and force the issue here. Ooh, that was actually a really intelligent call. Actually snipes the Warp Prism as it was picking up the Immortal. Really well done there by Geralt. Very, very high-level thinking there. Geralt's going to try and pull back here. He warped in a couple more Stalkers. I think he should be... Nope, never mind. He's not going to be able to push in because of the shield battery. Geralt's now going for his own robo facility behind this, as well as a couple of Adepts to try and harass this... I imagine he's going to try and harass... Or just try and get them into the main base and force DNS to respond to 2 issues at once. Yeah, breaking off a couple of Stalkers there to try and deal with that. He's going to try and... Oh no, DNS is actually moving away with all of his stalkers. I think that's a bit of a mistake. He's pulling a couple back to try and deal with this, but he loses the shield battery, which is going to make this hold a little bit more difficult for him. I believe both adepts were taken care of. DNS is actually ahead in workers now, which is a little surprising. Geralt is a little bit behind. I believe DNS does have more stalkers in this fight. Nice blink micro from Geralt, making sure that the wounded stalkers are put behind. Geralt is also establishing his third base now. He's actually putting in a lot of pressure on DNS and keeping him from being able to expand at this point. I think he kind of realizes that his time is up. He's not going to be able to really apply much more pressure anymore, and is moving back, dealing with the remains of that proxy location. DNS going for a... I was going to say a second robo, but he's instead... He's actually recreating the robo in his main base at this point. So his robo time is going to be reduced here just a little bit. Geralt going for his own immortals. Not the taste-elope. Alright, Hearthstone, relax. Relax. We're not creature hunting. This is a tournament. Although I think Hearthstone actually hunts creatures during tournaments as well. I don't know. If anybody knows what Hearthstone's take on critters on the map during tournaments is, let me know. Because I'm pretty sure I know that he hunts them in regular games. I don't know if he hunts critters during tournaments. A couple of adepts are going to be moving across the map. This looks like it's going to try and harass this third base setup. That's my assumption, at least. DNS actually going for charge. That's going to be a bit scary for Geralt. And Geralt doesn't actually really have anything to deal with zealots. That being said, he is remaining aggressive and on the map with these stalkers. I mean, I think DNS has like a slight stalker number advantage versus him, but at the same time, his stalkers have just been an insane presence on the map. He's applying so much map pressure with these stalkers. I think more than he really has any right to. 5 probes. We got down to those adepts. Ooh, Dark Shrine coming down for DNS. Got that that late game harass ready. Meanwhile, Geralt's just kind of powering out more gateways. Nothing too crazy, nothing too out of the ordinary. Is actually going for a 4th base now. Got 2 more adepts. We do have a big push here on the eastern side of the map. It looks like he's going to try and contest this 4th base location. Yep, DNS is just going to immediately, just immediately not do that. It'd be a bad idea. So for right now, he's going to try and hold this area between the natural and the 3rd. Geralt's just kind of poking here, trying to figure out what he can and can't get away with. On the other side, he's also trying to take out as many of these probes as possible. 3 probes go down. I'm not actually sure if that's worth... I don't know if that's worth 2 adepts. I don't think it is. I'm not sure. Alright, we do have some Dark Templar coming in. Observer is immediately taken out of observation mode. It's going to be chasing these Dark Templar down. But that being said, looks like we have 2 Dark Templar that are just going to be moving into each base. One into the natural, one into the... well, one was going to the main base, but It's actually a fantastic distraction as DNS actually moves into position to try and contest this third base. Or fourth base, I should say. Nice force fields there. I'm actually not sure who put those force fields down. I'm pretty sure DNS put these two down, and then Geralt put this one down to kind of block him out and keep him from continuing to push. DNS going into double starport. It's not starport. Good lord, it's Stargate. I've got Terran on the brain. Have a tear in my brain, apparently. Yeah. Geralt's actually going into Disruptor. I'm actually interested. Is DNS just gonna go straight into like carrier production? Is just gonna go straight for the fleet beacon? No, we're actually going Phoenix. Okay. It's actually a pretty fair choice. I think with proper Phoenix control, I mean, DNS can absolutely hamper Geralt's army. You know, picking up disruptors or mortals, just anything that could pose a danger to his gateway army. I mean, would be pretty sick. He's also kind of filling out his tech tree here a little bit. We have the Templar Archives, +2 weapons, +1 air weapons. Geralt going for his own Dark Shrine and +3. I'm actually surprised he only has the one disruptor. The second disruptor will be coming out here momentarily. I think it might just been supply blocked. We actually see Geralt getting observer speed. I don't think it's often that you see that upgrade. Definitely will help with keep making sure that these observers can keep up with either the army or opposing Dark Templar. We do have a setup for a little bit of harassment with that Warp Prism. The single Zealot, single Scouting Zealot. Geralt now cranking out Disruptors 2 at a time. Alright, so Geralt's army right now, I mean, at least the one that's out on the field is like, it's just pure Stalker, but DNS's is a little bit more complex and can probably deal with it a little bit better. Unless you engage like that, that might be a bit of trouble. The Mortals did do a decent amount of shredding. DNS going for that 5th base. Geralt once again trying to apply pressure to the 4th. Actually, looks like setting up for a 5th base too. Also, Geralt going into his own Stargate production. I'm a little bit concerned because I feel like at this point, like, DNS just has a decent chunk of... Alright, I'm gonna have to hold that thought because we do have an attack here at the 5th base. Nice pickups by the Phoenix. Oh, DNS actually blinks on top of it. Man, I wish I had battle report. We also have Mothership. We're skipping over carriers, void rays, Tempest, all that stuff. We're going straight to the good old Mothership. I think at this point DNS is going to be able to hold this 5th base pretty effectively. Geralt trying to move back and contest it, but walks up a ramp into DNS's army. Geralt actually not going into Phoenix production. It looks like he's going to try and skip straight into carriers, which I feel like that's pretty fair. Also we're bringing in Dark Templar for Archons. War Prism still just hanging out. Oh, DNS actually going into carriers now. Geralt going for his own Mothership. Alright, here we go. Now the disruptors did whiff their shots. Nice blink forward to try and take out some of these immortals. Ooh, Mothership is out and about now. There's actually no, there is detection with that. Oh, unfortunately, the disruptors actually get caught in the back of the army. A couple of them are going to be thrown out, but it looks like, oh wow, DNS actually catches all of those disruptors. They all get taken out, and that's Geralt's entire zoning capability. He is also significantly down in army supply now, and his army complexity is significantly weaker. He's cranking out some more disruptors. We are grabbing Tempest. I don't know if Tempest are the right call for this, really. Well, no, DNS is going for carriers, so I think it probably would be the right call. Alright, DNS kind of posturing on the map. Setting up right outside of this 4th base location. Here we go. Big time stop there. Phoenix is once again taking out the disruptors before they can really get their shots off. Yeah, it looks like this base might actually get taken out. The Tempest actually managed to get out onto the field and into play. Phoenix has tried to chase, but can't quite get it. And DNS actually manages to take out Geralt's 4th. And it looks like he might actually be able to push into the 5th base now. Geralt is moving into position to try and defend this base. I don't know if he actually has any detection here. A little bit of a whiff. Both of those shots really only take out one Stalker. So a bit unfortunate. The base looks like it is going to be taken out. The Tempests are moving forward to try and take out some of these carriers and maybe the Mothership. I can't tell. Is there any detection here? I don't think there is. At least not for Geralt. Maybe there is. I can't tell. Right, there are a couple of disruptors here. He might be able to continue zoning here a little bit. Ooh, nice call to get a revelation there. Tempests are going to continue trying to poke away at some of these air units. That being said, the Mothership for Geralt has actually been taken out, and Geralt is now in full retreat mode. The Stalkers are going to blink forward. It looks like they're going to be able to take out these Tempests. So now there's going to be nothing to contest the... I apologize. Nothing to contest the Mothership or the carriers. DNS's carrier did get taken out. There's just a lot of DNS army here, and I don't think Geralt's actually going to be able to continue to stand against this. Now at this point, DNS is just kind of picking him apart. Looks like he's going to be able to take out the 3rd base location as well. Geralt trying to put together one last stand. DNS blinking on top of him and just absolutely shredding his army apart, unfortunately. Another big blink forward, taking out a lot of Geralt's army. Geralt is forced all the way back into his main base. It looks like there's only a couple of units left for him, a couple of Dark Templar to try and even the odds. It might get something done, but I don't think it's going to be nearly enough. Geralt just took a massive blow there. GG's going to be called. And DNS is going to take game number 1. And that puts Platinum Heroes on the board. Sorry, just jotting down a couple of notes here. All right. Interesting game by both players. GG's to both. All right. Yeah, take a drink of water there to lubricate the vocal cords. All right, we're going to hop into the second game of this set. This time on Neo-Humanity. This has actually been it's actually been very interesting to see how both these players approach PvP. All right, here we go. Here on Neo Humanity, spawning in the bottom right hand side, it is going to be the Platinum Heroes representative, DNS. And on the other side of the map with the blue Protoss pieces, the representative for Storm Gaming, it is Geralt. Imagine this is going to be another map where both players 2-gate expand. I don't see any reason for them to try and 1-gate expand off of this. Oh, a little bit of a pause there, it seems like. It's almost startling every time it happens. Because, you know, as a person watching a replay, you don't get to see them actually pause the game. They just... you just suddenly get this like flash of text across the screen. And I'm very easily startled. I'm a very easily startled person. Actually, funny thing is all my roommates ever have to do is, like, if I'm in the kitchen, all they have to do is like walk in the kitchen when I don't expect them to. And I will jump. Almost every single time, I will jump. You may be thinking to yourself, but Cranial, there's no way you get, like, you jump at a wall of text and like, oh yeah, I do. I 100% do. Maybe not like jump hard, but I definitely like immediately get tension in my back, like I'm about to jump. That being said, there is a proxy, not really a proxy, sort of a proxy. I'm not sure what the plan is with that. I imagine it's got to be a Stargate. There's no way DNS would put a scouting pylon out this early. Stalkers are coming out now for DNS, as well as for Geralt. It looks like Geralt's kind of going for the standard, like, I get 4 units out on the field, then I take my natural. Kind of the, I don't want to say older way of playing PvP, but definitely a way of playing PvP. DNS going for his natural a little bit earlier. Geralt does spot the pylon there. I guess it really was just a scouting pylon. I don't think DNS doesn't actually plan to do anything with it. I actually did not realize that people put scouting pylons down this early. Both players going for a Twilight Council opening. Well, it looks like DNS is going to be a little bit supply blocked here. Yep. Geralt recalls out. Oh, it's beautiful. Almost exactly timed out. So we have a handful of Stalkers, a couple of Adepts. Kind of just to give DNS a little bit of a dummy check. Make sure he's paying attention. Oh, actually collapsing the rocks early. I think that's a good call. Both players getting blink up. Geralt going for a robo. Oh, I see just Jordan actually rated us. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. For those of you joining us, we are casting SSL Season 2. This is the finals between Platinum Heroes and Storm Gaming. This is set number 1, game number 2. Currently we have Platinum Heroes on the board. with one. Oh, Ukrainian Cup completed today. Awesome. Alright. Looks like these adepts are actually going to be caught out before they can get any serious damage done. Looks like DNS is not going to have to do the little pylon check at the wall. Blink finishes up for... well, almost finishes up for both players at the same time. Third base is... it looks like we're going to have a fairly straight up macro game here. Nothing too suspicious or fishy. Right. DNS is going to try and take out this third base, but it looks like just going to have a little bit of a blink war here. Oh, looks like a couple stalkers are going to be taken out. Nice force fields there by DNS. I think DNS actually might have like squeezed out just a little bit of extra damage with that force field. Like just a little bit. Pretty standard stuff. Pretty standard follow-up for DNS, I should say. Stalkers Immortals, we have Charge on the way. And kind of more of the same for Geralt. Oh, we do have a little bit of a Stalker hit squad coming up from the north. I do really appreciate how aggressive Geralt tends to be with his stalkers on the map. I feel like it actually exerts more map presence and pressure than it really has any right to. I feel like people kind of fear how much Geralt can get done with these stalkers. I mean, also I feel like if DNS were to try and move out with like just not enough immortals or too low a number of stalkers, like Geralt was going to just pounce on it immediately. It's actually really fascinating to see. That being said, it looks like we have a Robo Bay up or coming up for Geralt now, so we're going to see more of that disruptor play. It didn't quite serve him that well last game. We'll see if it does a better job this time around. Templar Archives coming up for DNS. Geralt's still trying to poke around with these stalkers, see what kind of what he can get done with this. A couple of adepts are going to be able to pick off a couple of probes for free. Oh, they actually might escape here. One of them might escape. Yeah, one of them escapes, tries to go back for the friend, decides against it, and unfortunately is going to pay for that. DNS grabbing a warp prism. Geralt going for the disruptors. Actually going for double disruptor now. Now last game, the disruptors kind of just got eviscerated by Phoenix. They weren't quite. They really weren't the game changers that I think Geralt wanted them to be. But this go around, DNS is kind of sticking with that like gateway immortal style, so maybe we'll see better results with them this time. DNS kind of just posturing outside of Geralt's fourth base. Looks like he's going to try and... oh boy. Alright, nice blinks back. Trying to keep as much... the damage down as much as possible. I'm going to try and keep poking, try and create some space for himself. He's actually... a lot of these zealots are kind of getting trapped in the gateway ball that DNS has. So Geralt's actually able to kind of pick them apart a little bit. Alright, nice blink back once again. We do have the... oh no. One zoning shot. I think he actually kind of blocked himself by warping in those zealots. I'm not sure. Alright, we do have another engagement coming in. Nice blink backs from Geralt. Yeah, the Disruptors are doing a pretty good job at zoning this time. But that being said, these Zealots are absolutely just shredding everything. Ooh, really nice hit there by Geralt. DNS is kind of taking some heavy casualties now. He's warping in a couple more Zealots to try and reinforce here. But, ooh, another really nice shot. A little bit of friendly fire, but I feel like taking 5 Zealots down with 1 Stalker is probably a good deal. I wouldn't know. My Terran brain has decided just like, I lost unit, I make Mule, and I'd be good. Both are going for the Dark Shrine. An excellent run-by for all of your late-game needs. Yeah, it looks like DNS is actually going to try and stick with a ground army for this game. While Geralt is grabbing his own Stargate. Almost kind of a slight reversal of last game. Alright, DNS is going to spot this army coming in. So I'd like to point out that Geralt is continuing to pump out disruptors now. We're going to have 7 here in just a minute. That's going to have some... It's probably going to fare a little bit better versus this ground army than it did versus the Phoenix in the last game. Ooh, actually really nice shots there. Actually manages to pick off the 4th base. Really well done there by Geralt. Yeah, DNS is definitely having a harder time engaging into Geralt this game. Fleet Beacon on the way now for Geralt, as well as a Stargate. DNS getting into his own disruptors. Oh, so we're going to have some real fun times here in a second. Also, observer speed again. Or no, was it... Who did it last game? Was it Geralt or DNS? Somebody did it. Alright, DNS is trying to reestablish this 4th base. Geralt is about to be ahead 2 bases. I think at this point, Geralt just has a really significant advantage. Up 7 disruptors, an equal number of stalkers. Actually, I think it's just the disruptors that really matter at this point. Just the excellent zoning potential. And if they get good shots, it's just kind of game over. Alright, Geralt is going to see that DNS is trying to push on this eastern side of the map. And it's trying to take advantage of that. Nice shot. Actually doing pretty well taking out all these Zealots. I think I only counted one Stalker friendly fire incident. Alright, Geralt's trying to make sure that DNS can't wrap around. Another couple of shots moving out. Actually manages to take out one of DNS's disruptors, putting him even further ahead in the disruptor count. Geralt at this point, I think, can indefinitely zone DNS with the number of disruptors that he has. Nice blink back by DNS, trying to avoid that. Oh! Oh, that was very close, DNS. That was very close. Alright, Geralt is actually going into Tempest and a Mothership. Looks like he's going to actually back up here a little bit. DNS is finally getting into his own Stargate production. He's grabbing the Fleet Beacon and 2 more Stargates. He's grabbing a Colossus. Why? Protoss is just be making Colossi these days. Spot a little run by here by DNS, really kind of inconsequential. It's going to spot the carrier though, which I guess would be a big deal. Or not carrier, the Mothership. Splitting off some more Zealots to try and get some run-bys done. Meanwhile, Geralt's just kind of moving down the west side of the map to try and contest DNS's new base. Actually, no, he does see the... Oh, come on. Yes, 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 yes. Get him! Yes! Zealot bowling. Actually, is that an arcade game yet? Does anybody know if Zealot Bowling is an arcade game? If it's not, somebody should make that. Alright, so we're getting into that, some more like late game air battles between the Protoss players. DNS cranking out his own Tempest. A handful of Tempests for Geralt already established. Actually, this is a terrifying, terrifying Protoss army. This is just let the Tempest pick you apart from basically forever away. Ooh, really nice shot there by Geralt. Actually, no, whips the disruptors. Alright. Disruptors are trying to pick off DNS's disruptors. This is really hard to read. We're going to have to... Let's get an extra zoom out on that. Alright, looks like Geralt's actually going to back up as soon as I zoom out. DNS is kind of giving chase. Looks like he's actually going to feel content just sitting back and reestablishing this rich Vespene gas. Alright, looks like the game might settle down here a little bit once again. Geralt grabbing a couple of extra oracles. I'm assuming it's just going to be for detection. Actually, that being said, Geralt's actually going to be ahead in... air upgrades here fairly soon. They're going to be... It's going to have... Alright, we do... I do apologize, I lost my train of thought there. Geralt's just kind of clearing rocks now to give himself a couple of extra avenues of attack. It's so funny to watch these Disruptor Wars. DNS trying to use his Tempest to pick off Geralt's remaining Tempest, and it looks like he's actually doing a pretty good job of it too. Almost one-shot that mothership. DNS actually might be starting to kind of do... Oh, wow. DNS seems to be kind of pulling ahead in the air war, which is surprising, since Geralt was the one who started it. Stalkers are trying to find an angle of attack. Oh boy, this is becoming like... Ooh, wow, a lot of a lot of disruptor shots going out. Geralt really wanting to take out those disruptors at DNS. Looks like another base is going to be denied for DNS. Dude, what are the units here? Alright, DNS is going to try and engage into Geralt once again. I think he actually has the air units available to take him out. Looks like he's elected to kind of just take it slow and steady. No reason to overextend by too much. Alright, here we go. DNS actually manages to take out Geralt's carrier, but Geralt manages to return fire. Looks like he took out maybe a couple of Tempest. Not 100% sure. DNS does have the Tempest advantage, so he should be... I feel like if they do engage into each other, I feel like DNS should be the one probably taking the lead pretty quickly. That being said, let's see. Geralt's actually has quite an incredible bank, but it's not... Is he spending it? He's spending it on upgrades. Alright, once again, we have the Tempest just kind of casually picking off units from a distance. DNS takes another shot at Geralt's Tempest. Actually manages to take out 2 of them. Yeah, DNS is just like significantly ahead in Tempest count. Geralt may need to pivot here to something else, because I don't think he's going to be able to win this air war at this point. Yeah, the Tempests are continuing to chase here and actually just sniping Geralt's own Tempest pretty hard. He is just, at this point, he's just kind of crashing into this mining base of Geralt. Geralt's having to basically give it up. He's trying to rotate to the back to try and engage into DNS. A couple of shots go off from Geralt, but it looks like they were kind of split up. Does manage to take out one of the Tempest. Alright, Geralt continuing to try and make something happen here. This really doesn't feel like an army that he can really engage into anymore. I gotta say, DNS did do a much better job of kind of pivoting into that air army. Geralt just kind of trying to pick apart what he can. I think part of the problem is just like he still has this great setup for like ground engagements, but he just doesn't have what it takes to actually engage into this air army now. Look, he's trying to escape here. Big recall. He's going to try and take out a couple units there, but I don't think there's actually anything under these Tempests right now. Geralt, unfortunately, is being picked apart. But that being said, this is now, he has plenty of money in the bank, so now is an opportunity for him to transition into a different unit composition. We have a lot of Stalkers here coming up. Oh, he actually lost a lot of disruptors there. So now DNS is even ahead in the disruptor count. It's going to make it even more difficult for Geralt to actually be able to engage into this. And I will say, this is a terrifying army to try and engage into. Geralt is actually bolstering his own Tempest count, so it looks like what he wants to try and do is just not engage into this army until he has a proper Tempest count. At least that's going to be my guess here. Alright, looks like Geralt's going to lose another base to the Golden Armada. DNS is moving into carrier production now by the looks of things. Yep, 2 more carriers are in the queue. Yeah, I am concerned for Geralt. Nice cancel there. I mean, Geralt's still getting damage done. He's still doing things. Oh. Killed his own Stalker. Probably to free up a little bit of supply, I'm assuming. Unfortunately, it looks like this rich Vespine gas base was taken out again. I don't think it really matters all that much. The only thing left really here is the minerals, and Geralt has those in spades. DNS continuing to be a bother in the middle of the map. Still a lot of Stalkers. It looks like he's going to actually try and take out some of these disruptors. Actually does a pretty good job of it. I think he's actually managed to take out almost every single disruptor. And he's actually winning the air war? I actually cannot believe this. Excellent target fire here. Oh, no, I take it back. He's actually winning the air war at this point. Geralt is. And Geralt has actually managed to clean up very, 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 very well. Now it is Geralt who's in the lead here. I am shocked. What? Wow. Alright, so that's going to put Psystorm on the board. Really well done to Geralt there. Really turned that game around. Although, I don't know. He definitely put himself into a much better position after that, like he had, both of them were going into that, like, ultimate Protoss ground army. Geralt went into, like, Tempest transition faster, but DNS just did it better. And then that was a wild game. I'm super happy with how that turned out. I really enjoyed that. All right, so that brings us to set 2 of this finals. And it looks like we're going to have Namshar versus Goblin, another ZVP. Let's go ahead and hop into game number 1 of set 2. Super excited to see these two players face off. I feel like this has the potential to go pretty wild. All right. Here we are on Babylon, spawning in the top left-hand position with the blue Zerg pieces representing Psystorm. It is Namshar. And on the other side of the map with the red Protoss pieces representing Platinum Heroes, it is Goblin. Man, I'm super stoked to see what these two players get up to for this game. Oh, look at that. It is not an immediate reaction for Namshar to take the third base. I'm kind of shocked. Is this the first time a Zerg has actually taken their natural this in a ZVP this tournament? I'm gonna have to go back and watch the vlogs to make sure. Oh man. Nothing too out of the ordinary though for either player. Oh my god, I retire. I retire. I'm done. I can't. Namshar, I just got done saying that it's fairly normal. Well, this is going to delay Goblin's expansion a little bit. So now the shoe is on the other foot. Goblin sending those probes back to work. Oh, come on, Namshar. Let's see it. Let's see it a second time. Come on, you can do it a second time. I believe. Come on, Namshar. Come on. Ah, well done to Goblin. I was about to try and say that this is going to turn into a normal game. I'm not even going to say it anymore. I'm just not going to say it. I've been proven wrong every single time this tournament. These guys are wild. Stargate opening from Goblin. Exciting to see. Third base for Namshar. I will say Namshar has been an absolute joy to cast this tournament, just because it's because every time something comes out of my mouth, he does the exact opposite. This Adept's causing a couple of issues, nothing too out of the ordinary. A little bit of scouting as well. What are you doing? Hello? I can't believe this drone has not gone home. What is happening? Is this a scouting drone? I think, okay. If any of you guys are Zerg players and you drone scout and somebody tells you like that's inefficient, don't ever drone scout, just say but Namshar. Just say but Namshar. Namshar does it. It's fine. Alright, Oracle's going to be moving across the map. We're going to get a little bit of scouting information. Maybe a drone killer too. Grabs 2 of them. Nice. Namshar going ham on the drones. little bit of harassment here at the third base. Nothing to really write home about. I mean, outside of the proxy hatch here, this looks standard. This looks like nothing too out of the ordinary so far. We do have a Roach Horn coming out of Namshar now. Knowing Namshar, I feel like this is probably going to be like a... It's got to be like a 66 drone Roach push, right? I feel like that's the case. Bringing out some extra Zerglings to help deal with these Adepts. Ooh, actually, the Oracles and Adepts stop to actually take out some of these Queens. I feel like that's actually... I feel like that's actually a kind of a big move here. That's, oh my god, how many Queens was that? That was 4 Queens? Good lord. The Adepts continue to actually be a nuisance to Namshar, taking out some more drones. Looks like they're actually going to be able to, or at least, nope. One of them actually manages to shade out. The drone takes it out. Alright, that was actually pretty nice by Goblin. That was actually a lot of Queen damage. Alright, layer on the way now for Namshar. Goblin cranking out a ton of gateways. I think that's going to put him up to... That's 6? Yeah, it's like 6. A little bit of circling harass here at the third base. Namshar kind of just poking around, keeping Goblin honest. All right. We do have Namshar at 67 drones, and now we are absolutely cranking out roaches. We have the +1 coming up now. Baneling Nest is going to be finishing up here soon. So I can only imagine that Namshar is going to be powering up here for about a minute and then pushing across this map and trying to kill Goblin. Goblin just kind of poking and prodding here. Oh my god, Goblin's going after more Queens. What do you have against the Queens? This is regicide. Goblin filling out a couple of those Twilight upgrades, as well as +2. 4 more gateways are on the way. It's going to kind of go for that creator style, I assume. Alright, nice engage here by Goblin. Nice little blink back. He's trying to kind of drag him, or not drag him back, but he does have the safety stasis ward to fall back to at this point. Ooh, nice call to go ahead and block off that route. Make sure that the Zerg player can't actually surround and trap you. A couple more safety wards. And they're sort of struggling here a little bit to actually push this Protoss army back. Meanwhile, Goblin cranking out a couple more zealots. Yeah, it seems like Namshar is actually kind of running out of steam on this side. Like, he is cranking out more roaches. Oop. Nice little run by here. Handful of roaches are going to be able to take care of it though before too much damage is done. I'm actually kind of surprised. Goblin is oh, hold that thought. We do have a Goblin continuing to poke in here. He might actually be able to get this Might be able to get the hatchery, maybe. Oop, nice stasis ward there. Actually misses this stasis ward with the bile. Oop, another nice stasis ward. Just kind of splitting the army apart. Actually did take out a Ravager too. That's pretty big. He's going to be able to pick off those units as soon as they come out of stasis. Oh, actually doesn't. Bit of a missed opportunity there, I feel like. There are a couple of zealots here who are being a little bit of a nuisance to Namshar. I don't think any drones have gone down from that run by yet. Alright, while all this has been going on, we do have the Robo Bay for Goblin. And Namshar's just continuing to pump out roaches. Goblin poking him once again. He wants this hatchery so bad. I don't blame him either. Oop. Actually does manage to get it. So he's gonna try to pop up. Actually, engages with the what are they called? Swarmlings here to make sure it doesn't pop that stasis ward. Unfortunately, the Zerglings are going to wind up popping it anyways. So Namshar's army is going to be pushing Goblin back to his base. I don't actually think there's enough here for Goblin to hold. Nice force fields are being put down. A couple of nice blinks there. Ooh, nice stasis fields too. Actually, preventing those Banelings from making connections. Really well done there. Another nice stasis ward. That being said, Namshar is pushing deeper and deeper into Goblin's territory. Oh, continuing to push in. Oh, these roaches are about to get absolutely obliterated. Yeah, nice try, roaches. You're not getting out of here. Huge Baneling Morphin over here. It looks like Namshar is going to continue to try and apply pressure. Alright, actually really beautiful concave here by Goblin. Really managing to pick off a lot of these high gas units. Banelings actually don't really make any good connections. I think Goblin actually managed to snipe them off before they could land. Looks like Oracles are applying more pressure to this 5th base. And Goblin is once again in the 3rd base trying to just get rid of it. Let's just get rid of that hatchery. And it seems like he's actually going to be able to manage to do it. The only thing Namshar is really flooding in here are a bunch of Zerglings. Do manage to take out the Immortal, but I think there's still enough Stalkers here to really just really wipe the floor with this army, as well as with the addition of the Disruptors. This is about to get spooky. A couple of Oracles kind of just float in. Disruptors do a little bit of zoning work. Ooh, nice shot there by Goblin, not Namshar. I apologize. These Zealots are now actually able to just push these roaches back, keep them away from the Stalkers as they do their job. I feel like at this point, Goblin is really just kind of closing in for the kill. He's up a significant amount of bases. Yep, GG is going to be called, and Goblin's going to take. I'm just going to take this first game of the set. All right. That puts Platinum Heroes ahead 2-1. All right. Go ahead and hop into game number 2 of this set. And let's see if Namshar can turn this around for Psystorm Gaming. That was actually some really sick aggression coming out of Goblin that game. I was actually kind of impressed. Just the amount of pressure just eventually just broke Namshar. Really well done by Goblin. Alright. Once again on Royal Blood. Spawning in the top right hand side with the blue Protoss pieces. Trying to bring the trophy home for Platinum Heroes. It is Goblin. And on the other side of the map, spawning with the red Zerg pieces, give it up for Namshar, representing Psystorm Gaming. Oh. Oh no, Namshar got baited. Ah. This probes was just like a little bit too late, but Namshar just kind of assumed that it was already there. I love how some of these, like, I don't even know if you would classify that as like a mind game. Like, it seemed like he was just going to take that base anyways, like he wasn't even going to bother, and he saw that this was open and was just like, oh, I'm going to take it. And then goblins just like swooped in. I love little stuff like that between some of the pro gamers. Yeah, probe just poking around, trying to see what's up. While we have a little bit of a lull in the action, I would like to just thank everybody for coming out today. It is very much appreciated. Seeing all the love and support today. Well, I can't see all of the love, but I know Sniper is definitely keeping track of it, and you know, I really appreciate you guys coming by today. Very much appreciated. Always good to see that there is still love for the StarCraft community. Stargate opening. Fantastic. Looks like Goblin's going to kind of go for a similar style once again. Aggressive, or Oracle into like an aggressive gateway style, I'm assuming. Adept is once again just kind of poking around. Giving the Zerglings a couple love taps there. I was actually going to try and go back in for another kill. No. Get that Adept a medic. Like, this Adept is just coming out just like, hey, are you good? It's just like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's like, you're bleeding all over the place. No, no. Send me back at the enemy. No. Like, if we send you out again, you're going to die. Like, you're not even standing on your legs right now. It's like bone. I can do it. I can kill another drone. A couple of Zerglings are going to be coming in here. Oh, look, that Adept is actually protecting her friend. You love to see it. You love to see it. So Namshar is just kind of cranking out drones right now. Just fairly standard macro. Grabbing the Roche Warren. Really just nothing really out of the ordinary right now. We're getting the third Oracle. We're getting Twilight Council. We do have the Oracles moving out. Looks like they're going to try and get something done here. Alright, they're going to dive into the main base. It looks like they actually might be able to take out a queen, maybe? No, just a drone. Oh, nope, they do get the queen. It's actually kind of funny to think that the oracles are like one of the highest DPS units in the game. If you never noticed it, like, oracles are crazy good. Like, their only limiting factor is the fact that you need energy to use them. They're pretty good units. Fairly standard tech progression coming out of the Protoss player. Zerg player is starting to make the mass number of roaches. Ooh! Actually, just managed to get a decent number of drones there. 5 drones down. 5 drones down, and Namshar immediately replaces all 5 of them. Alright, Goblin just kind of setting up this, the gateway army of his dreams. Blinks on the way. Size Storm. We actually do have the Robo on the way as well. More and more roaches are coming out for Namshar now. My prediction last game was that he was going to go for like 66 roach push. But instead he actually went like 75 drones and then kind of just tried to defend with roaches. This time it actually is like a 66 roach push. Again, I'm retiring. Alright, so we do have a decent number of roaches now moving it up towards Goblin's natural base. Goblin's trying to take out this 4th base, but these are... Wow. These roaches are going to very easily catch up. Ooh, actually really nice stasis ward, and I think... Oh, nope, he's actually going to recall to deal with the roaches that have now gotten into his base. Oh, this is super unfortunate for Goblin. These roaches are going to break off and try to deal with the 4th base. And Goblin is going to try and take out the roaches in his main base. It does take out a couple of probes. I don't think it's the biggest of deals, really. Oh, nope, I take it back. Namshar is hitting everywhere at this point with roaches. Looks like he's actually going to be able to take out the defenders here. Oh yeah, very easy to take out the defenders here. The roaches are taken out down here, but it's just long enough to like kind of break up Goblin's forces, where he has to basically had to split his army up to deal with all of this. Oracles are going to try and go to town on these roaches, but I mean, I think with the Immortal coming out too, it should be more than enough to actually deal with this. Oh man, we have roaches now swarming back into the 3rd base. Oh, these roaches are just absolutely everywhere. Goblin's sending in a couple of stalkers to try and deal with this. Storms do go down, but I don't... Not the greatest of storms, but they were storms. Goblin trying to hold here with the stalkers and High Templar. It's actually 24 workers have gone down so far. Goblin's economy has been severely hampered, and it looks like he's actually going to be able to take out the 3rd base. And almost managed to take out the 4th base too. Goblin in big trouble. GG's going to be called. Namshar is going to take the next game. That puts us at 2-2 between these two finalists. All right. That puts us in set number 3. Before we do that, I'm going to take a quick break, stretch my legs a little bit. when I come back, we will finish out the finals. So stay tuned. I'll be back in just a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to finish this out. Whoopsie daisy. We're going to be hopping into set number 3 now, where we have Nicoract versus Vindicta. Ooh, that is super exciting. I have to remember, as a caster, I must remain neutral. Must remain neutral on this. But here we go. Set number 3. Here we are once again on Dragon Scales, spawning in the upper left-hand corner. Give it up for Nicoract. And spawning in the bottom right-hand side for Platinum Heroes, it is Vindicta. Dear God, it's going to be so hard not to root for my coach. Alright, fairly normal start out of both players. Looks like it's just going to be kind of your standard double gas opening from both. Oh yeah. I don't know. A lot of people really dislike TBT. I feel like I'm one of the few people who actually enjoys this matchup. I feel like there's a lot of kind of intricacies that people tend to overlook whenever it comes to this matchup. Like, most people want to sit there and say just like, oh, okay, so it's going to be just an hour long. It's going to be an hour-long match of nothing happening. And it's like, I don't think that's entirely true. Actually, honestly, like, it's also one of my favorite matchups to, it's my favorite matchup to cast, and it's also my favorite matchup to play. And I know that makes me, it's a rather significant outlier, but, you know, what are you going to do? Both players getting into their factory production. Looks like both players are going to go for at least double Reaper. SCVs meet in the middle. It looks like the Reapers are going to meet in the middle. No, actually going to pass like ships in the night. It looks like Nicoract's Reaper is actually going to be able to engage with its SCV before it can put down the command center. Reaper should pop out here in just a second. Now, Nicoract managed to put his command center down, but the SCV was taken out just like on the other side of the map. I think that puts Nicoract in like a slight advantage. It seems like Nicoract is doing a little bit better when it comes to the Reaper Micro. Not a ton, but like maybe just ooh. Vindicta actually losing that Reaper, kind of a big deal. Kind of lost out on some of his scouting opportunities or ability to come in here and harass the mineral line as these Reapers and Hellions move out. So we're still going to kind of continue on the path, though. We're going to get a second Hellion, or Vindicta will be getting a second Hellion. So it's 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion versus 2 Reaper, 2 Hellion. I think as long as Vindicta hangs out on the top of the ramp, he should be fine to deal with this, especially if Nicoract's units continue to kind of be lined up in this way. Let's say Nicoract's going to try and engage up. Vindicta does get the first shot off. Oop, accidentally bounces one of his Reapers. Actually, this is... Oh, no. I was going to say this actually looks fine for Vindicta, but now it looks really, really bad. The Reaper and the Hellion are still alive. And they actually managed to take out the SCV that was producing the command center. He actually pulls one off of the gas to finish it out and loads it up. Nicely done. Cyclone's going to pop out. It's going to be able to engage with this. Actually did come out a little bit faster than Nicoract's did. Now, Vindicta is setting up for a drop by the looks of things. Gonna be getting that medevac out here momentarily. Once those 2 Marines pop out, should be getting out onto the map with this. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it looks like Nicorek has decided to go straight for the Raven. Definitely going to give him more pushing power later on in the game. He will be up 1 Raven versus Vindicta. Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary. This the main base is a little bit exposed. Vindicta is going to see these ragtag units come in. Oh, there we go. We do have the drop into the main base. The mineral line is going to be evacuated. Nicorek is going to try and engage into this with the Marines and the Ravens. Oh my goodness, I do apologize. I actually managed just to get I was going to say a decent amount of damage done, but he only gets 2 kills. He denies a little bit of mining time, but he's also down 5 SCVs. I'm not sure why that is. Their command center on the way now for Vindicta. I'm not 100% sure why he's so far behind in workers. This must have been something I missed. Shouldn't be the case for too much longer, since he is getting his 3rd command center much faster than Nicorek is. Nicorek kind of learned, looks like he learned his lesson. He's kind of got this area on lockdown. Looks like he's going to be going for his first big push at 3 Ravens and 3 tanks. Now Vindicta does have pretty decent vision of the map, so he should be fine. Okay, so Nicorek actually does see that there are 2 Marines here to scout with. It looks like he's going to try and avoid them as much as possible. Vindicta repositioning one of them to try and get a glance at the army that is incoming. Alright, Vindicta is going to see this. Actually, I think this is actually fine for Vindicta. There's not really that many buildings that are close to the edge that Nicorek can siege. Yeah, it looks like Nicorek is actually just going to kind of go back. A little bit of a dive here from Vindicta. I don't think he actually managed to kill many workers, not that I know of. Nicorek taking his 3rd base. Vindicta setting in for the yeah, it looks like Vindicta's fine with just kind of sitting back for right now. Getting a couple extra barracks. Or both players are getting a couple extra barracks. Vindicta's trying to keep tabs on Nicorek's army there. Nicorek is actually keeping a lot of map presence right now. Is kind of making it hard for Vindicta to really feel settled or be able to take this 3rd base. Ooh, this is a little bit spooky. It looks like Vindicta is actually going to lose some more workers. 9 workers do go down, and it looks like the 3rd base is just not going to be able to be taken. Vindicta's trying to reposition those Vikings to defend the command center. I mean, Nicorek is already mining from this 3rd base. Looks like Nicorek is kind of fine with the amount of damage that has been done. Now Vindicta's gonna have to play a game of catch-up. Alright, quick scan confirms that Vindicta's army is here at the third base. Second factory is going down now for Nicorect. Looks like Vindicta is holding off on his for right now. We're starting to kind of get into that later stages of a TVT. It looks like Nicorect's actually going to have the tank advantage here fairly soon. Actually, does he have it now? No, both players have 8 tanks. Nicorect trying to find an angle here that he can drop from. He's going to take out this missile turret, but it is going to alert Vindicta that he is planning on trying to drop him. Nicorect's main army is on the other side of the map. Vindicta throwing out one marine just to make sure that Nicorect is not trying to yeah, not trying to push through here. Does confirm that the army is there. So now Vindicta has to play this game of how much army do I want to leave in each spot to actually defend this. And he's leaving left the Vikings here so that Nicorect can't drop them. Actually, I think he actually did this pretty well. Nicorect about halfway done with his 4th expansion. Big rotation here, and Vindicta is not aware that this is happening right now. It actually is scanning for the 4th base here. He's about to find out very painfully. Huh. I think Nicorect could have actually pushed into this and been fine, but this does give Vindicta the opportunity to reposition and have a better setup to deal with this now. 4th base going down for Vindicta now. So Vindicta is actually starting to transition into Liberators already, which I feel like is going to be a bit of a boon for him. It's going to make it much easier to kind of dislodge these siege tanks the moment that the Marines and the Vikings in the air get cleaned up. There's another drop attempt here. Ooh, nice shot. This Viking pilot over here is playing Ace Combat. Looks like a couple of Liberators are going to try and sneak across the map and get some worker harassment done. Nicorect sieging up on the west side of the map. This looks like he's going to try and slowly push forward here. Ooh, big engagement out in front of Vindicta's natural. Looks like he actually pulls back before the tanks can shred his army to pieces. But that being said, there is a... Oh, this is really scary. This is a ton of siege tanks, and actually... Oh, he can actually... Yeah, he can just use the Liberators to dislodge the siege tanks. He's going to push forward with all of his Marines and try to shred Nicorect's tank count down. He's actually doing a fantastic job here. I think Nicorect's tank count is actually going to be... Well, not completely reset, but it does put Vindicta significantly ahead in tank count, which is always a place you want to be in a TVT. Plus, Vindicta does have the air advantage. Yes. Nicorect kind of spent a lot of time focusing on this, like, sort of drop play and sticking with Marine tank, so he's now just kind of a little... I don't want to say behind, but... No, I'll say it. He's a little bit behind. All right, Liberators are moving across the map. I imagine that these are going to be, like, after dislodging those tanks, these are going to be used to harass a mineral line. There's another drop on the other side, but Nicorect's actually moving into the 3rd base. There's 2 tanks here to defend, 3 tanks here to defend. But this is kind of spooky for Vindicta. 3rd base is taken out. Man, just struck like a viper. Like, the moment Vindicta was out of position, Nicorect dove in and just absolutely eviscerated that third base. But that being said, Vindicta has units in the main base. It looks like he is going to be able to cause Nicorex a lot of trouble here. Marines are just kind of streaming in one by one. And these Liberators are actually managing to get some damage done here at this fourth base location. Now that being said, Vindicta is now down a base. Oh, it looks like he's actually just going to resettle his main base. These Liberators trying so hard to hide. Looks like they're not going to be able to hide any longer. Nicorect once again moving out with a rather large army. Still chasing the Liberators. Oh, actually a big engagement here in the middle of the map. Nicorect actually kind of caught off guard. It looks like Vindicta is going to be able to... Oh, no. I thought Vindicta would be able to pick off those 2 tanks, but it looks like that is not going to be the case. That being said, Nicorect is now pinned back a little bit on his own side of the map. Now, it looks like Nicorect's idea of a late game is going to be Mass Raven. Or not Mass Raven, but a significant Raven count to actually deal with the tank count of Vindicta. Vindicta's cranking out more Liberators to deal with the tank count. Alright, big load up here. Looks like Vindicta's going to want to try to probably land over here. That being said, Nicorect is splitting up his army. It looks like he is going to try and do something a little similar here. Vindicta's going to try and hold the center of the map. Oh, nope, he's actually going to move back now that he feels comfortable that he's not going to be jumped immediate. Oh, I thought he was going to go back, but it looks like no. Once again, Nicorect is going to jump onto the third base location. Unfortunately, the Liberators are indeed taken out. Oh, no. That's going to be super unfortunate for Vindicta if that gets taken out. It looks like Nicorect's main army actually does get that's actually kind of unfortunate for Nicorect. Vindicta kind of laid a trap there for him. Ooh, once again, no scan forward, so Vindicta is caught a little bit off guard by this platoon of Marines. It's going to try and hold the fort here. Unfortunately, there's enough Ravens here to actually just take out every single tank. And unfortunately, it now looks like Vindicta's tank count is the one being reset. 23 workers went down in the blink of an eye. Vindicta did land a lot of units there into Nicorect's main base. I feel like at this point, this is kind of turning more and more into a base trade scenario. We do have a tank here in the main base that might be able to hold the ground just a little bit longer. A couple of Liberators could pop out here momentarily, but there are a lot of Vikings that could just potentially... yeah, not a great situation. Not a great situation for those Liberators, if I'm being honest. Meanwhile, Vindicta is continuing to kind of just lay waste to Nicorect's base up here. Nicorect has moved down to the fourth base of Vindicta. Looks like he's going to try and take out this planetary fortress. There's probably like just enough repairing here. Wow. For a second there, I thought, oh yeah, Vindicta unfortunately takes a bad fight here. The tanks absolutely eviscerate all of his Marines. And it looks like the remains of Vindicta's army is actually going to go across the map, and we're going into full base trade territory here. Now, that being said, Vindicta actually does have, I believe, a better army. He has significantly more Marines, but Nicorect currently has air control. So the Liberators aren't really going to be able to do too much. Oh, we do have the warning that the base is being revealed. And never mind, the base is being rebuilt. Nicorect has hidden one of his command centers off to the western side of the map. And it looks like Vindicta's now, looks like Vindicta's hunting. Vindicta's doing a little bit of hunting. He's going to send out one Marine and spot this army of Nicorect. Also, I would like to point out, Nicorect actually has an economy right now. Vindicta does not. So the longer that Vindicta waits to do anything, the worse this is going to be for him in the long run. Big siege up here from Nicorect to try and push this back. Vindicta is going to do a siege of his own. using the Liberators to try and take out any workers that he can. Unfortunately, once again, Nicorect has the air control, so he can actually keep vision of Vindicta, while Vindicta cannot keep vision of him. Looks like he's going to try and go for it. It's like Vindicta's last-ditch effort to try and make something happen here. But the tanks are just absolutely eviscerating all of his units. GG's going to be called, and Nicorect takes the first game. (3-2) in favor of Psystorm Gaming now. Siege tanks are not to be trifled with. Siege tanks will absolutely ruin your day if given the chance. With that being said, we'll go ahead and hop into the second game of this set. Psystorm is now ahead 1. We'll see if Vindicta can turn this around for Platinum Heroes. Alright. Here we are on Gresvin. Spawning in the top left-hand position, representing Psystorm Gaming, it is Nicorect. And in the bottom right-hand side, for Platinum Heroes, it is Vindicta. This tournament's starting to wind down. Psystorm Gaming on its match point. All the pressure is on Vindicta to turn this around. This has actually been this has been a sick series so far, I have to admit. Oh, Vindicta's being sneaky. We have a hidden barracks over here on the left side of his base. SCB being sent out to investigate. Be interesting to see if I'm almost wondering if Nicorect's just gonna like come up the ramp, see that the barracks is here, and then leave. I feel like that would be sort of negligent for him to do, but we'll see. Oh, Vindicta might actually just block access altogether. Yeah. Alright, Nicorect is not going to see that there is a second barracks. It's going to have no hint of it, honestly. I know I've been bamboozled by this before. Nicorect already getting his factory up and running. Now, the downside of this is that it's going to take a while for the Reapers to actually cross, but if I'm not mistaken, this is a fairly short map, so I don't think it matters that much. First Reaper is now out. Second Reaper will be popping out momentarily. Factory on the way now for Vindicta. Ooh, Nicorect actually skipped Second Reaper and went straight into what's it called? Jesus. Reactor. I think it should still be fine. He's going to have a Hellion out here soon. Oh, he's actually going double Reaper. Oh, this actually might be... I'm trying to think. This might actually be bad for Vindicta. Is it? I mean, they're cranking out units at about the same rate, but Vindicta had an opportunity to make one more Reaper than Nicorect did. This actually might be fine for him. Unless he gets caught out by the unless he gets caught out by the Hellions, then it's going to be very unfortunate. Nicorect is going to go ahead and give chase with all of his units. He's going to try and catch him. Try and catch him through the fog. 2 more Reapers will be ready for Vindicta by the time Nicorect gets across the map. So it'll be interesting to see if... ooh! Nice use of grenades there. Vindicta manages to pick off one of the Hellions. So far, it looks like Vindicta is going to go ahead and get his own expansion as well as the starport. I think Nico Rex is actually on the back foot now. Two Reaper, 2 Hellion versus 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion. I'm sorry, 4 Reapers. So actually Vindicta's one. Well, if Vindicta waits, oh, never mind. Oh, really nice use of grenades there by Vindicta once again. Actually manages to get all of the. Actually manages to get all of the Hellions, which is rather impressive. And looks like he's going to be able to get these Reapers as well. Hellion stands strong here. This is rather confusing to see what's happening. It looks like the correct is going to hold here. That was a confusing altercation. Scan from Nicorec. It looks like he's going to just go straight across with the Cyclone. Vindicta Cyclone will be finishing up here soon, though, so I don't think it's too big of a worry. Nicorec going into a 2-on-1 before 3rd Command Center. Looks like he's going to try and get... Actually, I'm not sure what you do with the 2-on-1 in a TVT. It's only a couple of Terrans that can actually get away with that. I don't... Thinking about it, like maybe Beyond. I mean, then again, like Vindicta was kind of forced into a 2-1-1 anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Grabbing his 3rd barracks before getting his 3rd base. I think Rack is going to get a bit of a scout. Bit of a lull. Both players are kind of setting up for their first push here. Nicorec going for that 3rd base command center. All right. I believe Vindicta should be getting ready to initiate a push out here soon. Oh, actually just going straight for the drop. Drop, I will say, tank drops are so potent in TVT. They really are. Vindicta is not going to be ready for this drop. No, he is going to spot it. He actually is going to spot it. Okay. He's going to spot it. I don't think Nicorec has any idea that this is happening to him, though. I take that back because he does have a couple siege tanks set up and ready to go when the time comes. Kind of, it's almost like different ways of handling this type of situation. Right, Nicorec is setting up for it's like another drop. And I will say Vindicta actually has excellent vision right now. There's not much that's going to evade his sight at this point. That might have actually just missed it. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you. Is that really a change in tech right now? Well, Nicorec is grabbing a couple of extra barracks here. Ooh. Nice interference matrices there. And it looks like this drop is actually going to get a little bit of damage done. Unfortunately, the tank and the Raven are going to pay for it. But that was 5 SCVs. Nicorec is now down in economy. And it looks like Vindicta is going to set up for another drop here. And it seems like he's starting to kick up the tempo here a little bit and is going to want to keep that as much as he can. Oh, looks like Nicorec is just setting up to... Oh, yep, he's setting up for his push. Vindicta is going to see this coming. Yeah, the moment that he sees that Nicorect is moving out, he starts moving around his medevacs and starts to posture that he's going to drop on him. Really, really excellent game sense. We do have the drop here. Oh, he's going to take out the reactors. That's a bit expensive for Nicorect. Siege tank is going to pop away at some of these. Actually manages to save that Marine. That's actually pretty cool. I believe there's another drop here, but it got cleaned up. A couple Liberators are going to be moving out. Looks like they're going to be sieging up a mineral line unless Nicorect decides to move out with everything. I'll be curious to see if he actually pulls this back. Alright, so Vindicta does see that this is coming in. It looks like he is set up at his third base to deal with this. Yeah. It takes out the watchtower. Vindicta's going to be a little bit blind to his movements. Yep, one Liberator's going to be set up in the natural. The other one, I'm assuming, is going to be set up in the main. Nicoract's entire army is actually moving back. I don't know if that was to defend or what. Vindicta actually scouts this double medevac drop coming in, and it looks like yeah, it's going to try and chase it down. The vision is actually impeccable from Vindicta right now. Alright, Vindicta actually does manage to clean this up. Looks like another drop was... oh man, there are 12 SCVs, 13, 14. This Liberator instantly became a VIP. Alright, looks like Vindicta is starting to reconsolidate his army here. He's doing pretty well for himself, I would say. Really, I think the most significant advantage that he has for himself right now is just probably just Marine count and slight air control. Damn, we're just killing wildlife today, aren't we? Alright, Nicoract's trying to set up for another push, but Vindicta does have his eyes out. Yep. Nicoract's definitely going to have to slow down his pushing now that Vindicta is aware that this is happening. Also, pulls off a couple of drop ships just to set up for potential harassment. It looks like there's actually no... It seems like Nicoract's just going to kind of stick on 3 bases for now, and this is going to be everything he has. Vindicta continuously sending out Marines to just check and see what the deal is. Nicoract keeps running over these units of Vindicta, and then finds out very quickly just, oh, alright, been spotted again. I mean, that's one of the dangerous things about TVT. If you don't see your enemy approaching, you don't see them sieging up, then you're in huge amounts of trouble, especially if they're like in range to do something to you. And Vindicta is excellently just like made sure that just doesn't happen. Alright, Nicorect trying to set up for a little bit of a counterattack here, and unfortunately Vindicta is not aware of this one. Looks like Vindicta is going to win this fight here, but he is going to lose a lot of economy at his third base. There's not really much he's going to be able to do here. He does try to get some repairs going. Oh, is he actually going to save this base? No way. Wow. I gotta be honest with you, I did not expect that. Fusion Core coming up from Vindicta now. Knowing his playstyle, I'm assuming that's going to be for Liberator range. Nicorect grabbing that +3/+3 infantry. It looks like that's going to kind of be the backbone of what he wants to do here. Unfortunately for Nicorette, he's starting to run out of steam here a little bit. He doesn't have anything to really follow this up with. He's kind of all or nothing on the Marine tank. Oop, big attack here on the third base once again. A lot of SCVs are going down, but Vindicta manages to hold. That's 14 SCVs that have gone down. That's a bit... That's a lot. Alright, Nicorette knows that Vindicta's trying to push on him, so he's actually got set up in a pretty decent position. Vindicta's going to be forced to either pull back or make a massive rotation to try and hit a weak spot of Nicorette. Alright, big drop coming out for Nicorette. Vindicta once again spots it. A big push here from Nicorette. Vindicta does see it, but he's... Oh, that's might be unfortunate. Alright, so a big push here. Nicorette kind of screaming in a bunch of Marines. And Vindicta's tanks are actually just kind of shredding them pretty harshly. Nicorette does take that fight, but he does lose a large clump of Marines. I don't know if that really matters at this point. Vindicta is just... Vindicta's pretty far ahead. I think if Nicorette can... if he could just manage to find a spot where Vindicta isn't looking and actually get this drop in somewhere, he might stand a pretty decent chance, but Vindicta is just on top of it. He knows that that's Nicorette's way back into this game, and he's just kind of keeping tabs on any vulnerabilities that he could have. Sending out a couple more liberators to try and take out some more of Nicorette's economy. Yeah, once again, Nicorette is just kind of forced to back off. It looks like he's floating his main base to... Loading his main base to take care of this. To establish a fourth base. And Nicorette still has a pretty scary army, but... Ooh, he might actually catch Vindicta a little bit unaware here. Or maybe the other way around, I'm not sure. Either way, Vindicta is actually kind of pushing into a choke point a little bit. Who actually has air control here? Vindicta technically has air control. He's going to be able to dislodge any of Nicorette's tanks if he really wants to, or really needs to, I should say. Alright, big load up here. It looks like Vindicta is just going to try and either drop at the third base or into the main. Oh, he's just going to go straight from the main. I actually don't blame him. Really good call there. GG's going to be called, and Vindicta takes the next game. All right. Wow. Really well done to Vindicta there. Oh, there it is. So that actually puts us on our ace match for today, which is super exciting. You love to see a finals with an ace match. So for our ace match, it looks like to represent Platinum Heroes, it's going to be DNS, and for Psystorm, it is going to be Namshar. Another PVZ on altitude, so this ought to be an absolutely crazy matchup. Super excited to see this. All right, here we are on altitude for the ace match of the finals. In the bottom left-hand side, it is DNS. And in the top right-hand side, spawning with the blue Zerg pieces, it is Namshar. Alright, while we let both of these players start to set up their game, would just like to thank everybody real quick for hanging out today. It's much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the community. Also like to give a special shout out to Sniper for allowing me to cast. It's always a fantastic opportunity. I'm happy I could come and cast some of these fucking I apologize. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to swear there. For allowing me to cast these amazing games. Sorry. I think that's the first time I've slipped up this entire tournament. I'm so sorry. Once again, Namshar takes the third base location. This probe is just being an absolute pain. I mean, it's fairly standard setup for both players. Nothing too out of the ordinary so far. Alright, so far, I'm actually interested to see if Namshar decides to go for like 10 Zerglings again. Well, looks like just 4. Stargate opening for DNS, so I imagine we're going to see more Oracle play. I don't know. I know that they've fallen way out of fashion. Like, way out of fashion. But I was kind of hoping to see, like, just one Void Ray opening. Like, I get it. I get that they've been nerfed heavily. And it's not as approachable as it was before. But I still, just one time. Just one time would have been cool. Adept's going to try and come in here, poke away at some of these drones. Namshar keeps them all alive. Dev's coming all the way back home. Oracle on the way now for DNS. I actually sent the first Oracle across before the other two finish. Throw Namshar off just a little bit. Actually does manage to get 2 drones. There's a little bit of hull damage, but nothing too severe. Second Oracle on the way now. Third Oracle on the way. Namshar is just powering out drones right now. Alright, so we actually have a... last time DNS did this, he actually managed to get several queen kills, so it'll be interesting to see if he manages to pull it off again. Yep, fakes the shade into the natural. It looks like he actually is not feeling as brave about this. He's going to fake shade into the natural again. Actually might... Feels like he's just trying to fake out Namchar at this point. He's just waiting for Namchar to just kind of ignore the shades and then, like, let them happen. Blink on the way now for DNS. Namchar grabbing that Roach Horn as well as the layer. I don't think DNS is really going to be able to get much done here. Namchar's kind of locked everything down pretty hard. Ooh, almost loses the Oracle. Where's the... he must have lost the... He must have lost the other one. Did not see that happen. More gateways coming down for DNS. Shades are... Or, Adepts are going to fake their shades again. You know, sometimes it just feels like oracles are like, they're kind of like those teenagers who like ding dong dash everybody in the neighborhood. Like they poke in here, they hit the doorbell and they run away, and they hit the doorbell and they run away. Until finally somebody gets tired of it, like it's just waiting at the door. Then that's when the queens jump on the oracles and kill them. We'll move out here from DNS. Blink finished up. Yeah, Blink just finished up. I'm not sure if he's actually going to be able to get that much done. There's a healthy number of roaches already at this location. And plus, the creep's already been spread out. The Oracle's going to try and get something done while Namchar is distracted, but I mean, Namchar's just on top of it. Alright, DNS is going to try to move in here, but it looks like, yeah, it's not going to, doesn't look like he's really going to be able to do too much. Keeps trying to send in the oracles, but, the queens are just kind of on top of it. You're not allowing, Namchar an opportunity to, or they're not allowing DNS an opportunity to actually get any more drone kills over that side. Actually, did we lose? We lost one of the oracles. Namchar has just absolutely cranked out a ton of roaches. It's actually kind of looking scary for DNS. He's trying to keep his presence out on the map, but I don't know if it really matters at this point. Dropping a couple of adepts into the main base. They get cleaned up pretty quickly. Takes out two drones there. There's actually a massive attack down here. I don't think maybe a couple of buildings got taken down there. Namchar now going for the natural there. Unfortunately, there's nobody to actually hold the wall. A couple of these expensive units are actually being taken out now. Manages to pop the force field. Oop. I'm not sure what the split is, but once again, it seems like Namchar is hitting everywhere at once. A couple of roaches here at the fourth base. A couple of roaches burrowed here in the main. Yeah, I still don't understand what the Colossus is for, to be honest with you. Alright, looks like Namchar is just going to try and collapse in here. It's going to take out the Colossus. Yeah, I think even with the shield battery overcharged, like, this is not going to be enough. Nice splits there by Namchar. Going to absolutely dunk on that disruptor. And it seems like right now DNS is in a whole lot of trouble. Namchar is just streaming units across. He's trying to blink on top of these roaches, but I don't think it's really going to matter at this point. There are a lot of stalkers here, but I mean, like, even if DNS holds this, actually, DNS holds. He still has plenty of workers. Maybe it's not that bad. More units are streaming across now. Namshar trying to set up a double prong attack here. There is a warp prism that is moving towards the main base. It looks like Namshar's going to try it and go for round 2. Triggers a stasis trap here. Looks like there's going to be just enough Protoss to actually be able to beat this back. And at the same time, it looks like there's going to be enough Stalkers here to deal with this pretty handedly. DNS pushes back on both sides. Well, I mean, I guess unless... yeah, pretty much pushes back on both sides. Well done by DNS. Alright, DNS is grabbing a couple more disruptors here. It's going to put us at 4. Twilight Council, or not Twilight Council, Templar Archives are on the way, plus 3. It looks like Namshar's going to try and transition out of what he was doing. We do have the Baneling Nest on the way, Hydra Den. I'm assuming that he's going to try and get into Lurkers at this point. We do not have a Spire or anything like that. Oracle once again poking around, just getting a little bit of scouting information. Actually a pretty decent revelation there. DNS once again taking map presence. Cranking on a couple more gateways. That's going to put our count to 10. I don't know why I saw 8 and 2 and I was just like, what number does that make? Alright, DNS is going to be pushing in here pretty hard. There are a lot of roaches here. Where are the disruptors? Oh, there they are. Alright, I think if DNS is careful, he might be able to kind of space out some of these disruptor shots and kind of keep the roaches zoned out for a while. We also have a Zealot drop here in the main base. We do have a couple of Vipers who have just hatched. I'll be very, very useful in dislodging some of these Protoss units. I imagine he's going to try and get a couple of yoinks on those disruptors and take them out of the equation. Alright, looks like we're going to resettle here just a little bit. Lurker upgrades are on the way now for our Zerg player. And it looks like DNS is actually going to want to, or is actually going to try and stick with the ground army. Okay, did that Stasis Ward time out, or did he kill that? I was not paying attention well enough. Alright. Big swarm of units coming in here for Namshar. It's have a couple here on the other side. I think there's a couple of photon cannons here, but I don't think it's actually going to be enough to deal with these roaches. Maybe with battery overcharge. DNS retreating back to the 4th base. Alright, so it looks like we're just kind of here now. Moving into the late game. Everything's going to be slowing down here just a little bit. Every single time, as soon as I said that, DNS starts moving into the opponent side of the map. Alright, looks like Namshar's going to try and make something happen in the natural of DNS. I don't think there's really enough roaches here to cause too many problems. Might kill a couple workers, but that's going to be the worst of it. Looks like there's a Zealot run by on the other side of the map. Managed to take out a couple of drones. Ooh, actually taking out a lot of drones. I was not paying enough attention again. 17 drones have gone down for Namshar versus the 5 probes for a DNS. And it looks like DNS has finally decided to start getting into that Protoss Golden Armada. A couple lurkers are going to be poking away at this 5th base location. Looks like they should be able to dislodge all of these cannons and stuff, but the disruptors, I think, should be able to get some work done. I'm not 100% sure. More Zealot run-bys over here on the northwestern side of the map. The lurkers should be able to clean this up after a while, but still losing a lot of workers. I mean, then again, that being said, I mean, the real consequence of that is not necessarily the... Well, it's 13 workers lost. Woof. Namshar should be able to recreate those fairly quickly, but it's going to cost him larva that he needs for army. Looks like Namshar is going to be trying to break into the 4th base here. These lurkers are actually set up in a fantastic position, and the Vipers are about to cause a lot of pain for DNS. Yeah, this ground army is just not going to be able to survive versus... Oh man, this is super... Oh my god, it's all the yoinks. I think he grabbed almost every single disruptor save for 1. This is so many lurkers. DNS trying to make something happen here, grabbing a couple of Tempests, but I don't think it's really going to be enough to deal with the lurkers that are present here. Namshar is slowly pushing forward. Man, that thing just got eviscerated. That was amazing. One disruptor shot goes out. Actually manages to pop a couple of those lurkers. Definitely not quite enough. It looks like Namshar is kind of slowly closing in on DNS's throat at this point. A couple more Tempests are going to pop out, but I don't think it's actually going to be enough. Not nearly enough. Yeah. Tempest damage versus non-massive ground units is pretty bad. DNS holding in there as much as he can. The last hope of Platinum Heroes, but it might not be enough. He might be able to dislodge maybe some of this backline. Oh no, nope. You can't fault him for trying. He's holding out the best that he can. Maybe there's a chance. But at this point, the amount of lurkers that are present is just almost insurmountable. More of the Tempests fall to the ground. Stargates are depowered. There is an Oracle going across the map. Oh, we're actually just going to go base trade. So there is still a hope. There is still hope for DNS and Platinum Heroes. Let's go. You'll love to see the fight. Lurkers are absolutely ripping apart DNS's bases. DNS is trying to go after some of these Hydras that just recently hatched. Actually, the Hydra DPS is kind of insane. I think at this point we're starting to see... there's actually more lurkers than there are stalkers at this point, so he's going to have a really rough time actually out DPSing or out damaging the lurkers on the other side of the map, taking out his buildings. That being said, he's still in this fight. It's not over until either the player leaves or until all of the buildings are dead. Namshar slowly tearing apart what little is left of Namshar's bases. DNS is actually taking some time to take out the drones too, just to make sure that they... Oh boy. He's trying to hang in there. GG is going to be called, and Namshar takes it for Psystorm Gaming. All right, so that's it. That is season 2. Looks like Psystorm Gaming is going to take home the trophy, so congratulations to Psystorm Gaming and that team. Really well done by those guys. Actually, fantastic games all around today. It was an absolute joy to cast. Before I call it quits there, just going to mention a couple of sponsors real quick. Of course, there's the Matcherino link if you haven't checked that out. Link will be in chat. There's also DXRacer. If you're in the market for a new gaming chair, definitely check them out. You can use the link in chat, or you can use code SSL2 to receive 5% off of your order. There's also the Patreon. Again, big shout out to our Hyperion tier Patreons, Wise Man and Red Dragons. Thank you guys so much for your contributions. Finally, you can follow the channel. You can follow Sniper at S_StarCraft. And yeah, that's going to be everything for me today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. It's much appreciated. Sniper, if you're around, you can go ahead and lead the... You can go ahead and set up the raid, as I don't have control of that. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you again to Sniper for allowing me to cast. I have been your host, Lord Cranial. And hopefully I'll see you next season. Oh, I apologize. Before I forget, SSL Circuit 2023 and 2024 is next month, and the UK Ireland Cup starts after IEM Summer. I forgot to mention those before I signed out. I apologize. But yeah, keep your eyes out for that. I'm sure Sniper will have relevant information on his Twitter. But yeah, thank you guys for watching.